LoveLore Library. Chapter 189. What kind of attitude is this? Chu Machine looked towards Yaomoan disapprovingly. What kind of arrogant and narcissistic person is Chu Mabe? There are only two types of people he would never kill in his life. The first type is people with low intelligence, because he feels like doing so would dirty his own hands and ruin his own reputation. The second type was someone with extraordinary intelligence. In his eyes, there was no one in this world who was more intelligent than him. He would use his strength to prove that anyone with extraordinary intelligence would have to concede defeat in front of him. So no matter which type Moen was, he wouldn't let Little Prince kill Moen. Especially back then when he lost a game of chess to eldest sister and was tricked by eldest sister into giving up on Mang Yuan during the negotiations between the two countries. I'm sure that all these years, he's been trying to get back at eldest sister. Unfortunately, eldest sister died. If he found out that Moen wasn't an idiot, what do you think he would do? Yao Moen's words rendered Chu Machine speechless. Ahem. This prince was just saying it casually. Stop blabbering so much nonsense. Don't you know that you shouldn't talk while eating and sleep? Chu Machine angrily retreated back to his seat, picked up his bowl, and started stuffing rice into his mouth. At the side, Yi Junqing was sweating profusely. This classic saying of Yao Moen had actually come out of Chu Machine's mouth. It was clear that they were kindred spirits. After about 5 minutes, Chu Machine suddenly put down his bowl and ran out without any warning. His expression was extremely ugly. Prince. Huangfu Juanxiu hurriedly followed after him. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in confusion when he saw the two of them leave. What's wrong with him? Asked Yi Junqing in confusion. Moen has put laxatives personally concocted by Yin Shui in every meal. This time, I'm afraid he won't die. The smile on Yao Moen's face caused Yi Junqing's heart to turn cold. Then why didn't you tell this prince? Yi Junqing abruptly tossed aside his chopsticks and looked towards Yao Moen in shock. Moen thought that if Prince saw Chu Machine, you wouldn't have any appetite to eat. Yao Moen had an innocent expression. Yi Junqing was speechless. If there was a grudge, there was a need to vent. He really couldn't afford to offend this woman. When Chu Machine returned, he had an angry expression. This was something Yi Junqing had expected. Yao Mo Wan. You actually gave this prince a laxative. Aren't you afraid that Great Shu will send troops to Great Chu? Chu Machine charged in front of Yao Moen like a mad lion as he questioned her sternly. Moen is just a fool, why would she care so much? Yao Moen snorted disdainfully. Great Shu was powerful, but they wouldn't send troops just because a prince had a stomachache in the Chu palace. You? Then aren't you afraid that this prince will kill you? Chu Machine had only just spoken when he felt as if his internal organs had been flooded. He immediately ran out. Noble consort Yao, playing with fire will only lead to self-destruction. It's best if you hide. After saying this, Huangfu Juanxiu hurriedly chased after her. It's best if you hide first. This king will help you block it. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. With his martial arts, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Yin Xiu, but he wasn't sure just how many hidden guards Chu Machine had brought. If this consort dares to do it, then this consort naturally dares to accept it. However, Moen is truly touched that Prince is thinking about Moen's safety. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing with a faint smile. Compared to the initial tit-for-tat, their current relationship was much more harmonious. If you're really touched, then help this prince get the Flame Soul Sword back, said Yi Junqing in a smooth manner. At this time, Chu Machine had already returned. This time, as soon as he stepped into Guan Osprey Palace, he summoned Yin Xiong. Yin Xiong. Help this prince teach the two of them a lesson. Chu Maxin had truly fallen quite heavily. His complexion was clearly no longer rosy as before. It was now a bit pale and haggard. When Chu Maxin stopped speaking, Yin Xiong didn't appear as he had expected. Yin Xiong. Chu Maxin called out again as he looked around. The entire room was still silent. Preposterous. You actually dare to disobey this prince's orders. This prince will definitely tell eldest brother when we get back and have him punish you properly. Just as Chu Maxin was about to explode in anger, he suddenly saw two figures descend from the sky in front of him. Nansheng is a little curious. If the little prince doesn't have big brother and Yin Xiong, how will he survive? Yan Nansheng's soft but not sinister voice contained a hint of ridicule as it spilled out from his beautiful lips. At this time, Yin Xiong was standing next to Yan Nansheng. His acupuncture points had already been sealed. Yan Nansheng. You really do look like a woman. Give Yin Xiong back to this prince. Chu Maxin looked towards Yan Nansheng arrogantly with a furious expression. TSK. Nansheng really doesn't know what right does little prince have to be so arrogant in this sort of situation. The amount of medicine you used wasn't heavy at all. Yan Nansheng walked over to Yao Moen's side, a hint of regret on his beautiful face. It's already quite a bit. If little prince isn't willing to admit his wrongs and hand over the flame soul sword, then in less than 3 days, this consort guarantees that he won't even have the strength to speak. Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Chu Maxin. Can't this prince find the antidote myself? Chu Maxin was panicking, but he wasn't willing to show weakness. That's fine, Prince can look for it however you want. However, Moen has to remind Prince that there's a type of medicine in this laxative called sky seed hemp. If Prince takes the wrong antidote, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yao Moen leaned back lazily in her chair as her smile became even more sinister. Sky seed hemp. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Huangfu Juancho's lips twitched. Sky seed hemp was originally a good medicine for treating diarrhea, but it couldn't be taken too much. Otherwise, it would damage the nerves and cause a person to go insane. It was rare that Yao Moen had the ability to mix sky seed hemp into a laxative. It seemed that austere prince had underestimated this woman. Humph. Just wait and see. Chu Maxin clearly didn't want to apologize, nor did he want to hand over the flame soul sword. Nansheng will be inviting Yin Xiong to Phoenix Feather Manor as a guest in the next 2 days. When little prince leaves, Nansheng will naturally return Yin Xiong, teased Yan Nansheng when he saw Chu Maxin walk out of Guan Osprey Palace. Suit yourself. In any case, from now on, Great Shu no longer welcomes you. Chu Maxin wanted to say more, but his stomach was already protesting. As he watched Chu Maxin leave in a panic, Yan Nansheng turned to look at Yao Moen. I hope that Nansheng's performance didn't disappoint the beauty. Yan Nansheng's long and narrow phoenix eyes rose slightly and the curve of his lips made people's imaginations run wild. It wasn't his fault that he was so beautiful that it angered even the gods, but it was a bit unkind to take it out to show off. How many young girls would be mesmerized by him? If a lion's head can give Moen the last 9 revivals pill, then Moen will definitely not be disappointed. Yao Moen responded with a smile. When Yan Nansheng heard this, the smile on his lips froze before he could retract it. Then it's better for the beauty to be disappointed. Yan Nansheng felt that it wasn't good to stay here for long. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Yao Moen speak up. Moen's disappointment isn't important. What's important is that the esteemed prince's flame soul sword will probably never be returned. Also, Chu Mabe definitely won't blame Chu Maxin's death on Moen alone. Yao Moen's voice was as gentle as water. Don't try to trick me. Chu Maxin only ate laxatives. He wouldn't have shit himself to death, right? Yan Nanqing suddenly had a bad premonition. He had a feeling that no matter how he argued, he wouldn't be able to keep that 9 revivals pill. In any case, that's what Yin Shui said. There's only one antidote for this thing she concocted. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Yin Shui. Yao Moen looked towards Yan Nanqing with an expression that said, even if you don't believe me, you should at least believe her. That night, when Yin Shui returned from Phoenix Feather Manor, she handed the only 9 revivals pill to Yao Moen. Chapter 169. No matter who it is, as long as they get in the way of this prince's great cause, they have a reason to die. Yi Zixiao gritted his words, but he was doubtful. If that was really the case, would he have killed Xiru? Those who have committed crimes die, but what about those who have contributed? Yao Sulwan's hands were clamped above Yi Zixiao's head, her charming eyes filled with temptation. Reward. Yi Zixiao suddenly collapsed. Another round of torment ensued. It was a battle to the death. The men attacked the city and plundered the land, while the women were entangled. The wind blew past, lifting up the curtains on both sides of the couch. The figures on the couch could be seen for all to see. The days continued in an orderly fashion. The midsummer quietly left and the air became much fresher. Yao Moen leisurely sat on the swing next to the stone bench, enjoying the coolness brought by the autumn wind. Your Highness, there's news from Prime Minister residence. Madame took Bowen and that Wu Zicheng and ran away with over half of Prime Minister residence's property. Lu Xing's news caused Yao Moen's little heart to tremble slightly. Li Qingqing had finally made a move. She had really waited for a long time. How is father? Yao Moen was more concerned about Yao Zhenting's reaction. Master flew into a rage and fainted at the time. Right now, he's searching everywhere for Li Qingqing's whereabouts. I heard that he didn't even attend morning court, reported Lu Xing. Li Qingqing took away the only thing that he cared about in this life, so how could he not be worried? Just wait, father will definitely capture Li Qingqing even if he has to turn the entire Great Chu upside down. Remember, after father finds Li Qingqing, tell Ben Gong immediately. This consort wants to personally go and watch this show, instructed Yao Moen. Only with her present would this show be exciting. Yao Zhenting, no matter what Ben Gong does, you deserve it. After Lu Xing withdrew, Yin Shui appeared beside Yao Moen like a specter. Yao Moen was already used to Yin Shui's method of appearing. Master, Duan Xiru went to Pure Flower's palace, reported Yin Shui respectfully. Ever since that day at Drunken Fragrance residence, Yao Moen had ordered Yin Shui to keep an eye on Duan Xiru's whereabouts. She hadn't expected that in just 5 days, Duan Xiru would already have found evidence. This was faster than she had imagined. Make a trip to Luminescent Prince residence, then meet up with Ben Gong in the willow forest outside Pure Flower's palace. Happy together. Happy together. How could happy Yi Zixiao miss such a pinnacle battle? Once Yin Shui left, Yao Moen straightened her clothes and was just about to leave Guan Osprey Palace when Yi Junqing stopped her. Yao Moen. Editor, Yi Moen Yi Yi Yao Zan Yi Yi the Shui, Yi 1. If it's not important, Prince can talk about it later. Moen has urgent matters to attend to. Yao Moen walked around Yi Junqing and left Guan Osprey Palace. Of Minister, M.O. In fact, there is something this king has never told you. Long before this king investigated Nanny's son and the others, this king had seen a palace maid in the wing room of the old cold palace. Actually, there's something this prince hasn't told you. Long before this prince investigated Nurse Sun and the others, I met a palace maid in one of the side rooms of the old cold palace. Yi 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 yi. Even if Zan Tiangu is hungry, you can't find a palace maid. Even if Zan Tiangu is hungry, you can't find a palace maid. Strictly speaking, all the women in this palace belong to His Majesty. How could Zhan Tiangu get involved? Yi Juanqing's expression darkened. This prince is talking about serious matters. Yi Juanqing sighed heavily. Had he been kicked in the head by a donkey? Otherwise, why would he be discussing this with this god of plague? When Yi Juanqing thought of this, he turned around speechlessly. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Moen pulled him back. Does Zhan Tiangu not want to know what Moen is going to do? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Juanqing mysteriously. She couldn't help but have a vulgar expression. I don't want to, replied Yi Juanqing resolutely. It's a heaven-defying matter. If Zhan Tiangu doesn't come, don't regret it. Yao Moen lifted her brows, then let go of Yi Juanqing and walked towards Pure Flower's palace. In just the time it took to make a cup of tea, Yi Juanqing had already appeared next to Yao Moen. Wasn't Zhan Tiangu not coming? Teased Yao Moen. This prince is afraid of regretting it, replied Yi Juanqing angrily. Yao Moen smiled faintly when she heard this. Facing the autumn wind, Yao Moen's smile was as dazzling as a peach blossom. Her hair fluttered against Yi Juanqing's handsome face and a unique fragrance wafted into his nose. Yi Juanqing felt great waves rise in his heart and the feelings he had been suppressing started to stir. When Yao Moen pulled Yi Juanqing to sit on the stone platform outside the main hall of Pure Flower's palace, Yi Juanqing's expression was as dark as the sea. The heaven-defying matter you're talking about is stealing someone's woman. Just how heaven-defying is that? Yi Juanqing still regretted it in the end. Shoot, Moen guarantees that I won't disappoint Zhan Tiangu. Just listen. Yao Moen indicated for Yi Juanqing to keep quiet before carefully listening to the raging waves inside. Yao Suwan was a bit surprised by Duan Xiru's sudden appearance. Although she knew that there were no walls in this world that didn't have a crack, she hadn't expected Duan Xiru to come so quickly. Does Wang Fei not know how to salute when seeing Nyang Nyang? When Mingyut saw Duan Xiru standing coldly in the center of the main hall, she took a step forward to remind her. Xiru has some things that she wishes to speak with Consort Li alone. Duan Xiru's expression was like ice and her voice was completely devoid of any warmth or respect. When Mingyu heard this, she reflexively looked towards Yao Suwan. This consort feels that there's no need. Mingyu, escort Wang Fei Jing out. Yao Suwan harumphed coldly. It seemed that her chance to test Yi Zixiao had come. If he really could kill Duan Xiru, then she wouldn't have chosen the wrong person. Since Consort Li doesn't wish to listen, Xiru can only go find His Majesty, said Duan Xiru indifferently. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Yao Suwan called her back. Mingyu, stand guard outside. Yao Suwan's gaze was sinister as she slowly got up and walked towards Duan Xiru. Wang Fei Jing, if you have something to say, it's best to say it quickly. This consort's time is very precious. Yao Suwan examined Duan Xiru up close and suddenly felt a bit less confident. Master, this subordinate just saw Huangfu Juanxiu pass a small eunuch a letter when he brushed shoulders with him. This subordinate saw the contents of the letter when the eunuch wasn't paying attention. The gist of it was that he hoped that Consort Chen and Huan Kaier could invite the austere prince to a banquet, reported Yin Shui. Huan Kaier. Ha! This consort has truly made a mistake. I actually forgot about Huan Heng. It looks like Chu Mabe sent Chu Maxin here to divert our attention. His true intention was to have Huangfu Juanxiu come into contact with Huan Kaier and then fight over Huan Heng. What a good move. Yao Moen came to a sudden realization and the heavy stone hanging in her heart was lifted. Master, we've already had Ben Lei secretly find people to pretend to be Shu envoys to come into contact with him. Huan Heng has also made preparations to defect. If Huan Heng finds out that those people weren't sent by Chu Mabe, then wouldn't everything we've done be for naught? Asked Yin Shui worriedly with a grave expression. In reality, a hidden guard's duty was only to protect their master and follow orders. Ever since Yao Moen had treated her sincerely that day, Yin Shui had subconsciously put herself in Yao Moen's shoes. Chapter 191. Right now, she had already violated the most important principle of a secret guard, which was to not have feelings. That was because a secret guard had to be loyal to countless masters in their lifetime. Once they had feelings for their previous master, they would be disloyal to their next master. This seemingly heartless rule was actually the most suitable. Without a master's gift or sale, they wouldn't leave their master. Thus, if they were to talk about being heartless, it had to be the master who was heartless first. They would only be loyal to their current master. Fortunately, you noticed this. Since this consort knows their objective, this consort naturally won't let them get what they want. We'll ignore Huan Kaier for now. In the end, the root of the problem lies with Huan Heng. Yin Shui, immediately send a messenger pigeon to Ben Lei. Order him to spread the rumor that Chu Mabe and Chu Maxin appear to be brothers on the surface, but are actually like fire and water. Remember, the more real the better, the more obvious the conflict, the better. Do you understand what this consort is saying? Yao Moen's gaze was sharp as she spoke indifferently. This subordinate understands. As the saying goes, rumors are fiercer than tigers. As long as Huan Heng believed that Chu Maxin and Chu Mabe were secretly fighting for power, he definitely wouldn't believe a single word from Huangfu Juanxiu, who had come with Chu Maxin. Ever since Yao Moen had warned him sternly that day, Chu Maxin seemed to have become a completely different person. The fact that he would cling to Yao Moen wherever he went made Yao Moen feel very troubled. "Why do you have to hug this lousy cat everywhere you go?" asked Chu Maxin disdainfully as he looked at Fluffy, who was rubbing against Yao Moen's chest. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Yao Moen turned to look at Chu Maxin. He had already followed her for an entire morning and he still didn't seem to have any intention of parting ways with her. Yao Moen felt like she was going to go crazy. "Of course it does. This prince doesn't like it," said Chu Maxin coldly. "Then prince can leave. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. Has prince not heard of this?" reminded Yao Moen kindly. "Then forget it. Let's go." Chu Maxin glanced at Fluffy disdainfully but remained silent. If Prince has been pestering Moen for the sake of revenge, then Moen is honored to tell Prince that you've succeeded. If you continue to follow me like this, Moen will go crazy in front of you. Yao Moen finally couldn't take it anymore. She looked at Chu Maxin seriously and said each word firmly. "Is that what you think?" Chu Maxin widened his limpid eyes and looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. If she hadn't seen how naughty and mischievous Chu Maxin was, Yao Moen really would have believed that Chu Maxin was innocent. "What else? What do you want this consort to think?" said Yao Moen in annoyance. "Actually, this prince just wants to know a few things about Big Sister Maxin." There was a trace of sadness in Chu Maxin's voice. For a split second, Yao Moen really wanted to dig her ears to see if she was hearing things. For example, Yao Moen lifted her brows and asked. "For example, how did Big Sister Maxin die?" Big Brother said that Big Sister Maxin definitely didn't die from a difficult birth. The pain in Chu Maxin's eyes shocked Yao Moen. When she saw the tears in his eyes, Yao Moen finally believed that Chu Maxin's words weren't false. For a person who was arrogant from the very beginning, the thing they disdained the most was using tears to deceive people. Your big brother saw it with his own eyes. Otherwise, how could you be so sure? Yao Moen restrained her irritated expression and replied indifferently. Then she walked lightly towards Changle Palace. Big Brother's words are definitely true. He's never made a mistake. Chu Maxin's admiration for Chu Mabe was greater than any other faith he had. Is that so? Then what if Big Sister was killed by someone? Asked Yaomoan casually. Then Maxin will definitely tear the person who killed Big Sister Maxin into 1,000 pieces, then grind their bones to dust. Chu Maxin gritted his white teeth as his eyes darkened. When Yaomoan heard this, she stopped in her tracks and looked straight at Chu Maxin with her limpid eyes. Her seemingly emotionless face was hiding great shock. She couldn't remember when she had established such a deep friendship with this little devil king. You like Big Sister a lot. Chu Maxin's attitude piqued Yaomoan's curiosity. Seeing that she once made clothes for this prince won't let her die with remaining grievances. Chu Maxin deliberately restrained the sadness in his eyes as his tone faintly sounded like he was giving charity. Clothes. Yaomoan's eyes flickered as she slowly walked, her thoughts drifting. She really had made clothes for Chu Maxin before. At the time, Chu Maxin had threatened to spread the news of Yi Juanqing's embarrassing incident. In order to calm things down, she had sought out Chu Maxin. Chu Maxin's request was for her to personally make a satisfactory set of clothes for him. She had thought that Chu Maxin would intentionally make things difficult for her, but she hadn't expected that the first set of clothes she made would pass. Chu Maxin also kept his promise and didn't mention the matter of Yi Juanqing being teased again. Is that Changle Palace up ahead where Big Sister Maxin used to live? Yaomoan was interrupted by Chu Maxin's voice. Just as she was about to reply, Chu Maxin had already quickened his pace towards Changle Palace. As Yaomoan watched Chu Maxin's figure swaying in front of her, she couldn't help but wonder how much he cared about something that even she didn't remember. It was clear just how much he cared about that set of clothes. Back then, when Chu Maxin had fearlessly defended her against an army of thousands on his own, Yaomoan finally understood just how deep Chu Maxin's feelings for her were. Starting from that set of clothes, she had already become a mother in his heart. For a child who had never experienced motherly love, this feeling was something he treasured with his life. The Changle Palace in front of her was the same as it was in the past. It stood there cold and lonely, like an old man with one foot in the grave, silently waiting for it to die. Little prince, you can't go in. When Yaomoan saw that Chu Maxin was about to step into Changle Palace, she immediately walked up and pulled him back. Why? Chu Maxin looked towards Yaomoan in confusion. This is a forbidden area. Without His Majesty's decree, no one is allowed to enter. Yaomoan sometimes wondered what Yi Hongyi's goal was in keeping this palace. Was it to show the world how deeply he loved the late empress? Or was it to constantly remind himself that he once had such a woman, which made him hate her to the bone? His decree isn't even worth a fart in this prince's eyes. Chu Maxin harumphed as he strode into Changle Palace. Yaomoan wiped at her sweat. He still dared to be so arrogant in someone else's territory. If it was anyone else, Yaomoan would definitely think that they were pretending, but this person was Chu Maxin, so this wasn't strange at all. As she stepped into Changle Palace, Yaomoan's footsteps gradually grew heavier. Her heart was like a zither string that gradually tightened in the hands of the zither master. Seeing the familiar tables and chairs, the familiar decorations, Yaomoan couldn't remain indifferent. Yi Hongyi definitely doesn't love Big Sister Maxin. After Chu Maxin walked one round around Changle Palace, he came to this conclusion. Why do you think so? Yaomoan lifted her brows as she looked towards Chu Maxin. Had she really been blind back then? Even a child in his teens could tell, so why hadn't she noticed? Even if the things here were thrown onto the streets, beggars wouldn't pick them up. They're too rotten, said Chu Maxin seriously. When Yaomoan heard this, the corners of her lips couldn't help but twitch. Even if I want to be a beggar, I still want to be a beggar in Great Shu. Yaomoan sighed from the bottom of her heart. No matter how worthless her things were, they shouldn't be something that even beggars wouldn't take a liking to. Speaking of which, she had personally arranged all of these things. It's too shabby. Even my imperial father's cold palace is more gorgeous than this. Big Sister Machine has suffered. Chu Machine shook his head continuously. The way he shook his head like a rattle drum made Yao Moen dizzy. Actually, this place isn't bad. It can't really be considered shabby, right? Yao Moen's expression was slightly embarrassed. Back when she lived here, she had felt that this place was too gorgeous. Basically, the entire Chu Palace is shabby, commented Chu Machine. Just because of this, you feel that His Majesty doesn't love Big Sister. Yao Moen didn't plan on continuing the topic of shabbiness. Chapter 192. Of course not. How can love be measured by money? After thinking about it carefully, Chu Machine's words could be considered a famous saying. Then why? Asked Yao Moen. It's been 15 years since Imperial Mother passed away. Imperial Father would spend 10 days a month alone in Imperial Mother's palace. Once, when this prince sneaked in, I saw Imperial Father smiling at the mirror that Mother used. He even told Imperial Mother everything that Big Brother had done. That's love, right? But look at this place, there isn't even a blanket on the couch. Yi Hongyi probably comes here very rarely. If he loves Big Sister Machine, then he should be like Imperial Father and come here at least a few times a month. After all, there are so many memories of him and Big Sister Machine here. Chu Machine looked towards Yao Moen. Ever since Big Sister died, he hasn't come here even once. Yao Moen looked mournfully at the empty couch, 1,000 emotions swirling in her heart. I really don't know why Big Sister Machine would like such a rotten person. If only Big Brother had met Big Sister Machine earlier. Chu Machine looked at every corner of the room as he muttered to himself. Why? Yao Moen put away her sorrowful emotions and looked towards Chu Machine. In this world, only Big Brother is worthy of Big Sister Machine, explained Chu Machine seriously. I can't reach out to him. Chu Machine's words caused Yao Moen's hair to stand on end. She could consider other people, but Chu Mabe. Forget it. Earlier, you said that your Imperial Father would talk about your brother in front of the mirror. What about you? Yao Moen suddenly realized that Chu Machine's topics weren't her cup of tea. She really couldn't continue. Imperial Mother had a hemorrhage when she gave birth to me. Imperial Father doesn't like me, so Imperial Father never talks about me in front of Imperial Mother. But it doesn't matter, this prince will personally tell Imperial Mother. Chu Machine stubbornly raised his head. His smiling eyes were clearly glistening with tears. Sorry. Yao Moen choked inwardly when she saw the smile on Chu Machine's face. Her heart ached inexplicably. In this moment, she finally understood why Chu Machine had moved out of the Imperial Palace and had his own residence when he was only 10 years old. You're so weird, why are you saying sorry? Let's go. If we keep looking, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from tearing this place apart. Chu Machine didn't feel sad at all. He walked ahead. Ever since Chu Machine moved into Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Hongyi had been going to Huan Kaier's Moon Crossing Pavilion for the past few days. As soon as Huan Kaier received Huangfu Juanqiu's letter, she immediately took care of this matter. At this moment, the main hall of the Moon Crossing Pavilion was filled with delicacies. The fragrance wafted through the air, causing people to drool. Why is that idiot here? Huan Kaier was dressed splendidly as she stood at the palace gates. She was shocked to see Chu Machine and Yao Moen walking together. That's right. I only went to the West Wing to invite the young austere prince. Why is she here? Zi Shuang was also surprised. Forget it. Since you've come, we can't chase you away. It's just another pair of chopsticks. At this time, Chu Machine and Yao Moen had already walked over. Kaier kowtows in salute to the esteemed prince, austere prince, and noble consort Yao. Huan Kaier gracefully walked over and saluted respectfully. Older sister Huan she's not as pretty as you. In front of others, Chu Machine still put on an innocent expression and cooperated with Yao Moen. That's why His Majesty still likes this consort a bit more. Yao Moen didn't hide the truth at all. At the side, Huan Kaier's expression changed slightly when she heard this, but she quickly recovered. Now that things had gotten to this point, what was the point of arguing with an idiot? Furthermore, she didn't care about imperial favor right now. Since Yi Hongyi wanted to take away her father's military power, it was clear that he wanted to eradicate the Huan family. If the nest is overturned, there would be no intact eggs. If Huan residents were to suffer a disaster in the future, she would also be beaten back to her original state. Right now, the most important thing for her was to find a safe path of retreat for her father. Noble consort Yao is right. Who doesn't know that His Majesty dotes on noble consort Yao the most in the entire imperial palace? Huan Kaier smiled and agreed. Prince, please come in. Once Yao Moen and Chu Machine walked into Moon Crossing Pavilion, Huan Kaier turned to look towards Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing nodded slightly, then followed them in. Shu's subject Huangfu Juanxiu greets Your Highness Consort Qin. The clear and melodious voice was elegant and pleasant to the ear. Huan Kaier recognized the person just by hearing the voice. The man in front of her was dressed in a white scholarly robe. His hair was tied up with a jade crown and there were 2 green ribbons hanging down from his hair. He made Huangfu Juanxiu appear scholarly and quiet, as if he was a person from a Buddhist painting. In particular, those warm and gentle eyes of his made one's heart race. Your Highness. At the side, Zi Shuang sensed her master's loss of composure and called out softly. Dispense with the formalities. Envoy Huangfu, please come in. Huan Kaier restrained the splendor in her eyes and her voice seemed even gentler than before. Thank you, Your Highness. When Huangfu Juanxiu heard this, he looked up and smiled at Huan Kaier. When this smile fell into Huan Kaier's eyes, it was as if the sun, moon, and stars had dimmed. During the meal, Yao Moen and Chu Machine put on an extremely good show, serving food and pouring wine for each other. It was very lively, causing Yi Junqing, who was watching from the side, to be completely confused. If this was all an act, then the skills of these 2 people in front of him were far inferior. At the very least, in front of Chu Machine, he couldn't smile as brilliantly as Yao Moen. If this wasn't an act, Yi Junqing would prostrate himself in admiration even more. To go from looking at each other with disgust to admiring each other in a single day truly wasn't something a normal person could do. At this moment, Yao Moen and Chu Machine's overly intimate actions suddenly made Yi Junqing feel like time had passed. Was it because he was too old and couldn't keep up with this era? Or was it because they were too radical? He even saw a look of mutual affection in Yao Moen's eyes. Did she take a liking to Chu Machine? But he was only a 15-year-old child. An indescribable feeling of jealousy gradually rose in Yi Junqing's heart. It had already become a feeling that he couldn't ignore. On the other side, Huan Kaier would occasionally order Zi Shuang to put food in Huangfu Juanxiu's bowl. She would also carefully explain how to make each dish. Your Highness is truly intelligent. Juanxiu has never heard of this kind of cooking method before. There were many people at the banquet, so it wasn't convenient for Huangfu Juanxiu to say too many words with a double meaning. However, just based on the fact that Huan Kaier had arranged this banquet, Huangfu Juanxiu had reason to believe that Huan Kaier had intentions of defecting to Great Shu. Thus, while Zi Shuang was putting food in his bowl, Huangfu Juanxiu quietly passed the letter in his sleeve to Zi Shuang. Zi Shuang hesitated for a moment, then found an opportunity to pass the letter to Huan Kaier. If Envoy Huangfu is interested, this consort can take you to the imperial kitchen one day so this consort can show some hospitality as a host. After Huan Kaier understood the invitation in the letter, she said this meaningfully. That would be great. Huangfu Juanxiu nodded slightly with a smile. One smile moved the heart, two smiles moved the heart. Huan Kaier's heart had completely fallen in this moment. Although the man in front of her couldn't be considered peerlessly beautiful or handsome, his unique elegance was something that Huan Kaier couldn't resist. That night, Yao Moen took off her jade earrings and looked towards Yin Shui through the bronze mirror. What do you think of Huangfu Juanxiu's looks? This subordinate's previous master was Yan Nanxing, said Yin Shui indifferently. That's right, this consort had almost forgotten. Anyone who has seen Yan Nanxing, even if they see a handsome and outstanding person, would think that he's mediocre. Actually, this consort doesn't see what's so outstanding about Huangfu Juanxiu either, so why did Huan Kaier take a liking to him? Yao Moen was confused. Objectively speaking, Yi Hongyi's looks weren't inferior to Huangfu Juanxiu's at all. Chapter 193. Huan Kaier likes Huangfu Juanxiu. That's not a good thing, said Yin Shui worriedly with a frown. That's right. Yao Moen nodded in agreement. Oh right, Ben Lei has already spread the rumor. If there's no accident, it should have reached Huan Heng's ears by now, reported Yin Shui solemnly, almost forgetting what she was here for. That fast. What did he say? Yao Moen turned around with interest and looked towards Yin Shui with raised brows. The struggle between men can never be separated from power and women. Chu Maxin hasn't had a mother empress since he was young, so he has a good impression of older women. Thus, he took a fancy to Qing'er, a woman who has been staying in the boudoir for a long time. Now, because of Qing'er, the two of them have completely fallen out. Now, they're both cultivating their own power in court. Although Chu Maxin is young, fortunately, he has a first-rate strategist, Huangfu Juanxiu, by his side, so he can be on equal footing with Chu Mabe, reported Yin Shui verbatim. Vulgar and old-fashioned, Ben Lei really can't be a scholar. Yao Moen looked at the sky and regretted believing in Ben Lei's literary accomplishments. Your Highness, do you think that Huan Heng won't believe it? Yin Shui felt that this rumor wasn't bad. If she had to make it up, she might not have been able to come up with such a complete story. There's no need to believe it, just doubt it. Huan Heng has always been cautious. He won't take any risks even if it's just the slightest sign of trouble, especially when it concerns the future of the Huan residents. He's always cautious with every step he takes. However, just in case, have Ben Lei send a secret envoy to contact Huan Heng again in the next 2 days to test him, ordered Yao Moen. On the second day after the banquet, Huan Heng hurriedly entered the palace. This calmed Yao Moen down slightly. In Moon Crossing Pavilion, Huan Kaier's brows furrowed slightly as she mulled over Huan Heng's words. Father, Kaier saw Chu Maxin a few days ago. He looked silly and not as smart as the rumors say. Huan Kaier objected. Silly and silly. That's impossible. Although Chu Maxin isn't as smart and far-sighted as Chu Mabe, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Huan Heng looked towards Huan Kaier with a grave expression, his heart in turmoil. He had originally thought that Chu Maxin's diplomatic mission to Great Chu would be a good opportunity for him. He would be able to discuss with the austere prince when he would betray and leave, but he hadn't expected to receive this kind of news. It really was a headache. To be able to chat with Yao Moen, just how intelligent do you think this person is? Huan Kaier did her best to convince her father not to believe the rumors, but in reality, she wanted to fight for a chance to meet Huangfu Juanxiu. Do you really think that Yao Imo Wan is an idiot? Yao Zhenting and Jing Wang plotted a rebellion, that was a crime punishable by death. Right now, Enchanting was in prison and Yao Sulwan had become an abandoned concubine who had fallen out of favor. Only His Majesty still viewed Yao Moan as a precious treasure. If she didn't have top-notch brains and methods, would she be able to get whatever she wanted? I can see this even when I'm not in the palace. Why can't you see it? Huan Heng inwardly rejoiced that he had chosen the path of betraying Yi Hongyi. Otherwise, how could his daughter be a match for such a terrifying woman in a power struggle? Isn't father thinking too much? Huan Kaier disagreed. Forget it, this matter has nothing to do with us. Let me tell you, from now on, you can't have any contact with Chu Maxin, especially that Huangfu Juanxiu by his side. No matter how he asks you out, you can't see him. If the rumors are true, we absolutely can't have any contact with Chu Maxin. The person I want to support is Chu Maobei, not Chu Maxin. Huan Heng warned her firmly with a grave expression. But, daughter. We've already had contact with Chu Maobei's secret envoy. Now, we're just waiting for news from Chu Maobei. As long as he says the word, I will take you with me and leave Great Chu. If we break our promise to Chu Maobei because of our contact with Chu Maxin, we really won't be able to turn back when this matter comes to light. It's better to take 10 steady steps than one risky step, do you understand? Said Huan Heng earnestly. Kaier understands. As Huan Kaier looked at her father who was getting older by the day, she finally suppressed her petty thoughts and nodded resolutely. As expected, after the banquet, Huangfu Juanxiu waited bitterly for 3 days but didn't receive Huan Kaier's invitation. That Huan Kaier still hasn't made a move. In the west wing of Guan Osprey Palace, Chu Maxin raised his brows and looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu suspiciously. Replying austere prince, there's been no movement. Huangfu Juanxiu's expression was as calm as still water, but he couldn't restrain himself inside. Logically speaking, since Huan Kaier had already arranged a banquet, it meant that she had the intention of defecting. In particular, he shouldn't be overthinking things. Actually, why does eldest brother need to recruit Huan Heng? With Great Chu's current strength, there's no need to go through so much trouble, said Chu Maxin arrogantly. Subduing the enemy without fighting is the way of the military. Huan Heng knows the habits of the Yu army well. With his help, we'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort, so there's still a need to recruit Huan Heng. Huangfu Juanxiu was well aware of this little prince's temperament. Even though he was similar to the crown prince, he lacked a bit of patience. Perhaps it was because he was still young. However, back then, the crown prince had been 15 years old and had crawled outside a cave for 3 days and 3 nights just to capture a single dog. Not everyone had that kind of patience. Do whatever you want. In any case, this prince is just a distraction this time. However, this prince can give me a suggestion. Chu Maxin's crafty eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu with a smile. Prince, please speak. Huangfu Juanxiu hadn't expected Chu Maxin to give him any good ideas, but there was no harm in listening. If beloved official Huangfu is willing to sacrifice your body, I believe that the result will be very different. Chu Maxin's smile became even more unrestrained. Ahem. This subject doesn't understand what little prince is saying. Huangfu Juanxiu's face turned slightly red as he pretended to be confused. Then pretend that this prince didn't say anything. You can decide for yourself. This prince is going to look for Yao Moan. As Chu Maxin said this, he got up and walked out. This subject advises Prince to be careful with your interactions with Yao Moan. That person definitely isn't a good person. Huangfu Juanxiu truly felt that Yao Moan's 9 revivals pill was given too early. Otherwise, why didn't Prince learn his lesson? That's why it said that birds of a feather flock together. The ancients weren't lying. After saying this, Chu Maxin swaggered out of the palace gates. As he watched Chu Maxin walk forward fearlessly, Wang Fu Juanxiu felt a chill run down his spine and a cold breeze blew past his neck. Next to Jade Lake, Chu Maxin took advantage of Yao Moan's inattentiveness to splash water all over Fluffy, scaring her into scurrying away. Are you born in the year of the rat? Ever since leaving Changle Palace, Yao Moan had repeatedly convinced herself that no matter how mischievous Chu Maxin was, he was still just a child. Furthermore, he was a child who had lost his mother at a young age. Because of this, when Yao Moan discovered that Jewel's beard and fur had been cut off by Chu Maxin, she chose to take a deep breath instead of flying into a rage. This prince is born in the year of the tiger. What's wrong? Chu Maxin moved closer to Yao Moan, the smile on his face making it hard to rebuke him. You don't seem to like this consort's two pets. Yao Moan was very certain of this. It's because they keep pestering you, explained Chu Maxin. Then haven't you been pestering this consort for the past few days as well, countered Yao Moan. How could this prince be the same? It's your honor that this prince is pestering you. If you weren't Big Sister Maxin's younger sister, this prince wouldn't even bother to keep you company. Chu Maxin abruptly got up with a cold expression. He flung away the branch in his hand and left Yao Moan angrily. Chapter 194. Yao Moan froze in place and only recovered after a long while. Yao Moan felt that Chu Maxin's sudden anger was completely unreasonable. Even so, this matter still gave her a headache. During dinner, Yi Junqing saw Yao Moan sitting there with a dispirited expression on her face. No appetite? Asked Yi Junqing kindly. Chu Maxin might really be angry. Yao Moan let out a long sigh and put down the porcelain bowl with a worried expression. Actually, this prince really doesn't understand. How could two people who are like fire and water suddenly get along so well? It's unimaginable. Although Yi Junqing didn't feel like it, his tone was clearly sour. Weren't Moan and Prince also like fire and water before? Yao Moan just wanted to explain that anything was possible, but the result wasn't as she wished. This prince used almost a year to bury the hatchet with you, but Chu Maxin only used a short 3 days. It seems that this prince is truly ashamed of his inferiority, said Yi Junqing coldly, then got up to leave. Yao Moan suddenly wondered if her IQ had dropped. Just what did she say to make Chu Maxin and Yi Junqing so angry? Tingyu, which part of this consort's words were wrong? Did you hear it? Yao Moan turned to look towards Tingyu for help. Your Highness. Esteemed prince seems to be jealous of austere prince, replied Tingyu cautiously. Is that so? Yao Moan looked towards Tingyu in realization and a trace of emotion flashed through her heart. Being jealous was good. At the very least, he wouldn't only be thinking about Yao Maxin. However, she knew very well that Yi Junqing had only been thinking about one person this entire time. That night, Yao Moan used Yao Maxin as an excuse to invite Yi Junqing to the cold palace's garden. The bright moonlight dimmed the numerous stars in the night sky. Yao Moan stood alone in front of the cold palace, her heart gradually growing cold. Even though things had changed with the passage of time, the scene of that day still haunted her dreams. She didn't know how many nights she had woken up next to Yi Hongyi with tears streaming down her face. There were many times when she really wanted to chop off Yi Hongyi's neck and end everything, but she endured. What was so hard about dying? What was hard was living a life worse than death. What do you want to tell this prince about Maxin? When Yao Moan heard Yi Junqing's voice, she reflexively wiped away the tears in the corners of her eyes. It's about little sister Maxin. Yao Moan's lips curved into a smile, but her joke didn't make Yi Junqing feel any better. You know what this prince cares about the most, so you shouldn't joke around with the people this prince cares about the most. When he saw the teasing smile on Yao Moan's face, he abruptly turned around. Eldest sister once said that the two of you were fated, but not fated to be together. At that time, if Prince hadn't taken Yi Hongyi's mask to save her, the mishap wouldn't have happened. Yao Moen took a deep breath. This was the last thing she wanted to face. If she hadn't recognized the wrong person back then, would her life have been different? She told you that. Yi Junqing was stunned. Yao Moen could tell that his voice was trembling. That's right. She said that if she had known that the person who saved her that night was you and not Yi Hongyi, she would have made a different choice, said Yao Moen lightly. Yao Moen said this lightly, but her heart was aching. She had never mentioned these things to Yi Junqing. So she still remembered what happened that night. Yi Junqing walked over to Yao Moen with heavy steps. His voice was low as if something was stuck in his throat, making it hard for him to breathe. How could she forget the favor of saving her life? Yao Moen glanced towards Yi Junqing. That night flashed before her eyes. A young girl yearning for love had met a hero to save the beauty. Everything had started like this, but who would have thought that the ending would be so bleak? It's this prince's fault. It's this prince who shouldn't have worn that mask. Why? How could this prince have been so muddle-headed? Yi Junqing clenched his fists and smashed them against the tree. Under the moonlight, the blood on Yi Junqing's knuckles could be seen clearly. Moen knew that Prince would react like this. Then has Prince ever wondered why eldest sister didn't leave Yi Hongyi after finding out that the person who saved her was Prince? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing with heartache, but didn't stop him. He really did need to vent. Why? Yi Junqing abruptly looked up, his clear eyes filled with hope and expectation. Yao Moen knew what he was hoping for, but she couldn't give him this so-called hope. Everything she said, even if it wasn't all the truth, was just so that Yi Junqing wouldn't be so stubborn. Because at that time, the person eldest sister had set her heart on, was Yi Hongyi. Eldest sister had personally told Moen this. Yao Moen enunciated each and every word clearly. She wanted to tell Yi Junqing that it wasn't that Yao Moxin hadn't felt his deep feelings back then, but that she had given up. This prince knows that she loved Yi Hongyi wholeheartedly. Yi Junqing's eyes dimmed. He thought that Yao Moen would tell him that Yao Moxin had rejected his feelings because she had already become his mistress. Perhaps that would make him feel better. Moen is thinking, if eldest sister hadn't appeared, how glorious Prince's life would have been. Yao Moen's heart was filled with bitterness. If she hadn't appeared, Yi Junqing would definitely have become the emperor. If Moxin hadn't appeared, then this prince would have come to this world for nothing. Just as Yi Junqing was about to voice out his sorrowful thoughts, Yao Moen suddenly took a step forward and covered Yi Junqing's thin lips with one hand. She used her other hand to forcefully pull Yi Junqing into a corner. You! Yi Junqing was just about to resist when Yao Moen shushed him. Shoo, there's someone. When Yi Junqing heard this, he instantly quieted down and followed Yao Moen's gaze. Not far away, a figure suddenly walked over. It seems like. Yi Junqing narrowed his eyes as he muttered quietly. It's Huan Kaier. Yao Moen's gaze was grave. It was the middle of the night, so why wasn't Huan Kaier staying at Moon Crossing Pavilion? Why had she come here? She couldn't have made an appointment with Huangfu Juanshou, right? In less than the time it took to make a cup of tea, Huangfu Juanshou appeared in front of Yao Moen as expected. This one has arrived late, please forgive me, Your Highness Consort Qin. Under the moonlight, Huangfu Juanshou's face seemed to be coated with a layer of silver light. He was gentle and refined, as if a god had descended. At this moment, Huangfu Juanshou clenched his fists and bowed respectfully. Envoy Huangfu, please rise. This consort has also just arrived. Actually, this consort's meeting with envoy like this really isn't very proper. However, Envoy sent 3 messages in a row. This consort is afraid that there's something important, so this consort has no choice but to meet. Envoy, please speak. This consort can't stay here for long. In the end, she was still a daughter of a noble family. Even though she was so happy that she couldn't control herself, she still put on an awkward expression. Juanxiu has been presumptuous, but Juanxiu really can't bear the pain of lovesickness. Ever since I met Your Highness that day, Juanxiu has been attracted by Your Highness's heavenly beauty and has been unable to sleep at night. In a few days, Juanxiu will be leaving with austere prince. If I don't see Your Highness, Juanxiu might die from lovesickness. Huangfu Juanxiu's brows were tightly furrowed as his beautiful phoenix eyes shone with undisguised adoration. Chapter 195. When Chu Maxin suggested sacrificing his body, Huangfu Juanxiu had thought it over. His goal was to complete the mission, so as long as he didn't betray the crown prince, even if his methods were a bit dishonorable, it didn't matter. Huangfu. Envoy Huangfu, do you know what you're saying? Huang Kai was shocked by Huangfu Juanxiu's confession and didn't know how to respond for a moment. In the shadows, Yao Moan sighed. She had overestimated Huangfu Juanxiu's moral integrity. Juanxiu knows that these words are a bit rude, but Juanxiu doesn't want to regret not confessing to Your Highness after he leaves Great Chu. Juanxiu knows that his status is lowly and it's hard for him to match up to Your Highness. As long as Your Highness knows that there's still someone in this world who Your Highness yearns for, Juanxiu will be satisfied. Huangfu Juanxiu's expression was impeccably sincere as he said such sweet words that even he wanted to vomit. You really fell in love with this consort at first sight. If it wasn't for the moonlight, Huangfu Juanxiu would definitely be able to see the blush on Huang Kai's face. Heavens above, if Juanxiu says a single lie, let Juanxiu be struck by lightning and struck by 5 bolts of lightning. As Huangfu Juanxiu was cursing, Huang Kai had already placed her finger on his lips. Envoy, don't say any more. This consort will believe you. When Yao Moan heard Huang Kai's words, she instantly felt hopeless. It seemed that all her previous efforts had been wasted. Your Highness. Unfortunately, your Great Chu's noble consort and Juanxiu is a Shu subject, so it'll be difficult for us to meet again. Huangfu Juanxiu didn't miss this opportunity to grab Huang Kai's hand. When he saw that she didn't seem to have any intentions of rejecting him, he felt a bit relieved. Actually. Huang Kai hesitated as her father's warning rang out in her ears. In the shadows, Yi Junqing felt his arm ache. He immediately turned to look at Yao Moan and saw that Yao Moan was looking straight at Huang Kai while holding his arm tightly. Actually, even if I can't see Your Highness, Juanxiu will still hang Your Highness' portrait in my room so that the first person I see when I wake up every day is Your Highness. Huangfu Juanxiu looked at Huang Kai with extreme gentleness as his thin lips curled into a charming smile. Juanxiu. Actually, compared to Chu Maxin, isn't Chu Mabe more worth following? In the end, Huang Kai couldn't help but speak up. In her entire life, she had never met someone who could move her heart this much. Although she was a noble consort, in her heart, Yi Hongyi was nothing more than a tool to stabilize the Huan family. They were only using each other. However, as a woman, who wouldn't wish to meet someone she admired in her life and compose an earth-shattering love song? Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Juanxiu has always been following His Highness the Crown Prince. Huangfu Juanxiu looked towards Huang Kai in confusion. Aren't you Chu Maxin's strategist? Could it be that your heart is elsewhere? Huang Kai looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu in realization, unable to conceal her excitement. Why would Your Highness say that? No matter if it's austere Prince or Juanxiu, both of them wholeheartedly support His Highness the Crown Prince, so there's no distinction between Chao and Han. Huang Fu Juanxiu looked towards Huan Kai'er in confusion. Are you lying to this consort? Huan Kai'er looked towards Huang Fu Juanxiu in alarm, her heart aching slightly. The information her father had received was completely different from what Huang Fu Juanxiu was saying, but there was only one truth. Her father would never lie to her. Juanxiu dares to swear on the lives of his 9 clans that everything he said just now is the truth. In reality, when His Highness the Crown Prince found out that Sir Huanheng was being ostracized in court and that he couldn't obtain Yi Hongyi's trust and had his military power reduced, he was extremely pained. A good general like him shouldn't suffer this sort of humiliation, so he ordered Juanxiu to come with austere prince in hopes of getting in touch with old General Huan. If old General Huan is willing to defect to Great Shu, His Highness the Crown Prince will definitely treat him as an honored guest and hand over the military power of the 10 prefectures to old General Huan. Huang Fu Juanxiu directly stated his intentions. No matter what, he had to grasp this opportunity. Is what you're saying true? Huan Kai'er felt her head buzzing. Since Huang Fu Juanxiu dared to swear on the lives of his 9 clans, he must be telling the truth. However, hadn't Chu Maobei already sent a secret envoy to negotiate? If your highness still doesn't believe me, Juanxiu can have austere prince personally meet your highness, said Huang Fu Juanxiu resolutely when he sensed the astonishment in Huan Kai'er's eyes. Wait. Let this consort think about it. You're saying that Chu Maobei has never sent anyone to contact my father before this? Huan Kai'er's face paled and she couldn't help but back up against a tree trunk. Her eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. If the person who had been contacting her father wasn't sent by Chu Maobei, then who was it? And why was he pretending to be a secret envoy from Great Shu? Could it be Yi Hongyi? If that was the case, then Huan residence was done for. Juanxiu doesn't understand what your highness means. Huang Fu Juanxiu furrowed his brows slightly. He was extremely confused by Huan Kai'er's current expression. You just have to answer this consort. Did Chu Maobei send anyone to contact this consort's father before you came? Asked Huan Kai'er agitatedly. His Highness the Crown Prince. He should have sent a secret envoy to contact Sir Huan first, said Huang Fu Juanxiu slowly. Every word was spoken with great difficulty. He had to take this gamble. In the shadows, Yao Moan truly felt that Huan Kai'er was really stupid. If it was her, she would also answer the same way Huang Fu Juanxiu did. From the looks of it, it was time for her to personally make an appearance. Are you sure? No matter how much Huan Kai'er was interested in Huang Fu Juanxiu, she couldn't ignore the fate of the entire Huan residence. When she heard the hesitation in Huang Fu Juanxiu's voice, her heart turned cold. Juanxiu is sure. Huang Fu Juanxiu nodded firmly. This consort is tired. Huan Kai'er's mind was in a mess. She needed to calm down. Your Highness, then what did Juanxiu say? Asked Huang Fu Juanxiu anxiously as he took a step forward. Let this consort think about it. Before this, it's not convenient for this consort to meet with the envoy. Huan Kai'er staggered slightly as she left the garden. Huang Fu Juanxiu stood behind her for a long time, then left helplessly. Once the two of them were far away, Yi Junqing suddenly stood up with a frown. Chu Maobei is truly intolerable. He actually dared to come to the Chu Palace to recruit people, roared Yi Junqing angrily. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Hongyi was too suspicious and stripped Huanheng of his military power, how could he have had such an opportunity? Yao Moan walked leisurely to Yi Junqing's side with a calm gaze. As a general, the most important thing is His Majesty's trust. Yi Hongyi's actions have truly hurt Huanheng's heart. This prince is afraid that. Yi Junqing restrained the anger in his eyes and was now filled with worry. Is Prince afraid that Huanheng will leave Great Shu? He won't have a chance. Yao Moan's lips were tinged with a smile that could turn all living things upside down. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moan had left, he immediately walked over. How do you know he won't have a chance? Huangfu Juanxiu hasn't left yet, and even if he left, who can guarantee that Chu Mabe won't send another secret envoy? Yi Junqing didn't think much of it. Me. Yao Mo Wand abruptly stopped. Her eyes that were as clear as water burst with resplendent splendor. When Yi Junqing saw the confidence in Yao Moan's eyes, the worry in his heart instantly lessened. For some reason, he just couldn't help but believe Yao Moan's words. You'd meddle in other people's business, said Yi Junqing angrily. Prince, remember, anything Moan meddles in is not other people's business. Yao Moan's smile was like a flower. Under the moonlight, her smile was like a silver peony, graceful and mysterious. After returning to his residence, Huangfu Juanxiu thought about it and felt that there was more to Huan Kaiyer's words. Based on what she said, it seemed that before him, there had already been someone pretending to be the crown prince looking for Huanheng. Who could it be? Right at this time, a white pigeon flew in through the window. Huangfu Juanxiu got up and walked to the window. When he saw that there was no one around, he reached out to grab the white pigeon and carefully removed the bamboo tube to take out the letter inside. When he saw the contents of the letter, Huangfu Juanxiu's expression turned serious. Chapter 196. It was past midnight and there wasn't a single person on the streets of Chang'an. There was the occasional gust of wind and it was cold and lonely. At this moment, a large palanquin was hurrying forward. The bearers were all panting from exhaustion. Suddenly, a black figure flashed out and the bearers were instantly immobilized. You lie in, room number 1 inch preposterous. Let me go. Do you know who I am? Huanheng sat up straight on the chair and glared angrily at the veiled woman in front of him. Since I kidnapped you, I naturally know who you are. Not only does Jing Axian know who you are, she also knows why you entered the palace so late at night. Yao Moan held a teacup and sipped. You're called Jing Axian. How did you know I wanted to enter the palace? Huanheng took a deep breath and calmed down. He carefully examined the person in front of him. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, just from the cold light in her eyes, Huanheng knew that this person wasn't an ordinary person. The person who has been in contact with you all this time isn't a secret envoy of Great Shu. This news must have shocked you, right? Yao Moan got straight to the point. You. How did you know? Huanheng was stunned and looked towards Yao Moan in fear. This matter concerned the lives of hundreds of people in the Huan residence. He couldn't help but be agitated. Because Jing Axian is the person who has been pretending to be a Shu envoy and contacting Old General. Yao Moan said bluntly. Do you think this old man will believe you? Huanheng looked towards Yao Moan coldly and said hatefully. As Yao Moan's lips curled up, Yin Shui had already placed a jade pendant with the character North on the table. When Huanheng saw this jade pendant, his eyes widened in shock. Old General should believe me now, right? Yao Moan said slowly as she put down the teacup. Who exactly are you? What's your goal? Huanheng's sharp gaze stared at Yao Moan as he questioned. Jing Axian is naturally not an ordinary person to be able to see through Old General's rebellious intentions and contact Old General as a Shu envoy. As for her goal, it's not hard to guess. Yao Moan raised her brows and looked towards Huanheng. You want to rebel? What kind of strength do you have? Huanheng glanced coldly at Yao Moan, clearly unconcerned. It's not yet time for Jing Axian to display her strength to Old General. However, besides submitting to Jing Axian, it seems like Old General doesn't have any other way out. Yao Moan spoke the truth. Not necessarily. Huan Heng sucked in a deep breath and looked at Jing Axian indifferently. If old general dares to contact Great Shu's envoy, Jing Axian will definitely place all the letters old general exchanged with him in the Imperial Palace's Imperial Study. Although those letters are fake, old general's contact with Shu's envoy is real. Especially when Consort Qin invited Chu Maxin to a banquet a few days ago. At that time, Yi Hongyi will treat it as evidence that old general is colluding with the enemy. Then I can give up on joining Great Shu and continue to be loyal to your majesty. Huan Heng argued. If you could, you wouldn't have contacted Jingxin's people back then. Why is old general deceiving yourself? Also, old general should understand Yi Hongyi's character. Just look at the esteemed prince. It shouldn't be hard for old general to guess your own fate, right? Speechless, Huan Heng's brows furrowed as he thought to himself. From the looks of it, it was no longer possible to submit to Chu Maobei. Did he really have to continue to be loyal to the imperial court? That's right, even Yi Junqing, who had so much military service, ended up under house arrest in the imperial palace. He wasn't a member of the imperial family, so if Yi Hongyi really wanted to get rid of him, it would be a piece of cake. If this old man is willing to submit to you, what benefits will there be? Huan Heng sighed and chose to compromise. No matter when or where, Jing Axian will ensure that your Huan residence is safe. Yao Moan's voice was firm and powerful. When people reached Huan Heng's age, what they wanted the most was for the residents to be safe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his daughter give up on the chance to become empress. In Moon Crossing Pavilion, what Huan Kaier anxiously waited for wasn't Huan Heng himself, but a letter. Your Highness, what does old master mean by this? Asked Zi Shuang suspiciously as she looked at the letter in Huan Kaier's hands. Huangfu Juanxiu isn't a good person. How did father know? Huan Kaier's brows furrowed and her heart chilled. Although the letter didn't say it clearly, she understood what her father meant. What should she do? Give up. For the sake of the Huan residents, she had already given up on her own happiness. Now that happiness was right in front of her, was she really going to let it slip by? She couldn't accept this. The next day at noon, Yi Junqing was just about to ask Yao Moan about Huan Heng when Chu Maxin suddenly stormed in angrily. Preposterous. If this prince catches that person, I'll definitely pull out his tongue and feed it to the dogs. Chu Maxin's brows were vertical and his phoenix eyes were sharp. When he sat down, Yao Moan even felt a gust of wind blow past her. Catch who? Asked Yao Moan doubtfully as she handed Chu Maxin the porcelain bowl. You dare say that this prince is fighting over a woman with Big Brother? Is there only one woman in this world? Even if there's only one, this prince won't fight with Big Brother. Where did Qing come from? Bullshit. And you're even saying that this prince and Big Brother have been enemies for a long time. What a load of nonsense. Chu Maxin sat there angrily as he panted heavily. What is little prince saying? Yao Moan was slightly shaken. Huangfu Juanxiu must have gotten the news, but why did he tell Chu Maxin about the rumors? It's a rumor. How long has it been since this prince left Shu? To think that there would be such a rumor already. Chu Maxin clenched his teeth in anger. Those people spreading the rumors are truly despicable, said Yao Moan against her will. The people spreading the rumors are truly despicable, but the person pulling the strings behind the scenes is even more despicable. If he was sitting in front of this prince right now, this prince would definitely use this to pry open his mouth and then use this to pull out his tongue. Chu Maxin held a soup spoon in one hand and a pair of bamboo chopsticks in the other. Coupled with his sinister and terrifying appearance, Yao Moan's heart really did tremble. It seemed that Huangfu Juanxiu's goal was to test her. He had just wanted to get in touch with Huan Kaier and there were already rumors spreading from Shu. It was hard not to be suspicious. Since the rumor originated from Great Shu, the person behind the scenes is most likely from Great Shu. Prince, rather than getting angry here, it would be more practical for you to return as soon as possible, said Yi Junqing unhurriedly. Big Brother will naturally investigate this matter. There's no need for this prince to worry. As for returning, this prince isn't in a hurry. Chu Maxin took a deep breath, then glanced at Yao Moen seemingly unintentionally. Right at this time, Tingyu rushed in from outside. Your Highness, it's bad. Fluffy and Jewel have disappeared. This servant has searched the entire imperial palace but can't find them. Tingyu knew that Fluffy and Jewel could be considered master's treasures, so she anxiously reported this. They have 8 legs in total, of course you won't be able to find them. Before Yao Moen could reply, Chu Maxin said angrily with a disapproving expression. Your Highness. Tingyu didn't know what to do and looked towards Yao Moen for guidance. It's fine. You can withdraw first. Yao Moen glanced at Chu Maxin before looking towards Tingyu. Once Tingyu left, Yao Moen's gaze returned to Chu Maxin. It's best if you let them out. If they've gotten thinner or lost even a hair, this consort will definitely find them on your body. Yao Moen's heart ached for Chu Maxin, but that didn't mean she could allow him to do as he pleased. Even if he was angry at her, it shouldn't involve his wife and children, let alone 2 cats. Why would this prince capture them when he's already full? Chu Maxin avoided Yao Moen's gaze, then picked up the porcelain bowl and gulped down the soup. Chapter 197. This consort also wants to know why a dignified prince would make life difficult for 2 cats. Are you alright? Yao Moen originally wanted to tease him, but she saw that Chu Maxin's brows were tightly furrowed and his face was deathly pale. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. I'm fine. Chu Maxin suddenly felt a dull pain in his chest, as if someone had smashed him with a hammer. Austere Prince, are you really alright? At the side, Yi Junqing saw that Chu Maxin's hands were trembling uncontrollably. Even his legs were trembling and sweat was pouring down his forehead. Before Chu Maxin could finish speaking, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen when he saw Chu Maxin coughing up blood. I didn't do anything. Someone. Hurry and call the imperial physician. Yao Moen hurriedly went over to support Chu Maxin. At almost the same time, Huangfu Juanxiu walked in. Little Prince. Little Prince. How could this be? Yao Moen. How could Prince be like this? Did you poison him? With the previous example, the first person Huangfu Juanxiu thought of was Yao Moen. Saving austere Prince is more important. Yi Junqing's expression turned serious. He sealed Chu Maxin's meridians, then placed his palm on Chu Maxin's back to transfer some true qi. If anything happens to Little Prince, His Highness the Crown Prince will definitely send troops to attack you and tear the 2 of you to pieces. Huangfu Juanxiu's heart ached when he saw Chu Maxin's pained expression. Juanxiu. Cough cough. This prince orders you, not to tell Big Brother about this. Do you hear me? Chu Maxin grabbed Huangfu Juanxiu by the collar, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. However, every word he said seemed to exhaust all of his strength. Blood flowed down the corner of his mouth and stained his robes. Prince. Why? Huangfu Juanxiu hugged Chu Maxin with both hands as he shouted in grief. If this prince says it's not allowed, then it's not allowed. Cough cough. Don't worry, this prince's life is tough, otherwise, mother wouldn't have died. Chu Maxin smiled stubbornly, then his gaze slowly moved towards Yao Moen before finally falling into darkness. Imperial Physician. Hurry and summon the Imperial Physician. The moment Chu Maxin closed his eyes, the image of Zhonger's pretty face suddenly appeared in her mind. That action of raising his brows seemed to tug at her heart, causing her heart to ache to the extreme. Young Prince. Your Highness. Yao Moan, Yi Junqing. If anything happened to Prince, Huangfu Juanxiu definitely wouldn't let it go. The Crown Prince would not take this lying down. Great Shu won't let this go. Huangfu Juanxiu threw down these words, then quickly carried Chu Maxin out of Guan Osprey Palace's main hall. Maxin, please don't let anything happen to him. I beg you. Yao Moan's tears fell like rain. Her body swayed as she tried to follow him, but Yi Junqing pulled her back. You can't go now. His Majesty will be here soon, there's no way you can hide your current emotions from His Majesty. Yi Junqing sensed that Yao Moan was acting strangely, so he quickly reminded her. Please save him. I beg you, he can't die, he can't die. Yao Moan's tense nerves snapped in this instant. She suddenly knelt in front of Yi Junqing and grabbed his clothes tightly. Her tears fell like a flood. Her Zhonger had only been in this world for a day. He was still so young. Why was the heavens so unfair? Moan. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moan in shock. He couldn't believe that Yao Moan would have this kind of reaction. She was actually kneeling in front of him for Chu Maxin. In this instant, Yi Junqing couldn't imagine what would happen to Yao Moan if Chu Maxin really died. Tingyu, hurry and help your master back to the bedroom. Don't worry, this prince won't let him die. This prince will definitely do what I promised you. Yi Junqing helped Yao Moan up with both hands as his eyes shone with absolute determination. For Yao Moan's kneeling, he definitely had to save Chu Maxin. I believe you. Junqing, in this world, I only believe you. Yao Moan held Yi Junqing's hand tightly as her tears blurred her vision. In this instant, she believed that if there was one person in this world that could save her Zhonger, it would definitely be Yi Junqing. Your Highness, don't be like this. Little austere prince will be fine. This servant will help you back to the room. Just as Tingyu reached out, Yao Moan had already fainted. Esteemed prince. Tingyu supported Yao Moan in a fluster. Serve your master well. This prince will be back soon. As Yi Junqing looked at Yao Moan's snow-white complexion, he felt like his heart was being tightly entangled by countless vines. When Yi Junqing walked into the West Wing, there were at least 5 imperial physicians that Chu Maxin had brought with him to treat him. The other 3 imperial physicians couldn't interfere, so they could only wait at the side. How is little prince? Asked Huangfu Juanxiu anxiously as he looked towards the imperial doctor with worry in his eyes. Darren, it's not good. The little prince has been poisoned. Although his meridians have been sealed, the poison is too strong. It's already starting to seep into his lungs and internal organs. We have no way to save him. The imperial physicians had bitter expressions as they reported. This won't do. You have to cure the little prince. Otherwise, you'll all be buried with him. Huangfu Juanxiu abruptly grabbed the imperial physician's collar with bloodshot eyes. Darren, even if you kill us right now, there's nothing we can do. Crane's crown red and fallen goose sand, even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him. The imperial physicians didn't struggle. How could they not want to save Chu Maxin? However, reality was cruel. No one could cure this kind of poison. Let this prince try. Behind the imperial physician, Yi Junqing walked up to the bed with large strides. Move away. If it wasn't for you, Yao Moan, how could the little prince be like this? Huangfu Juanxiu blocked Yi Junqing's path with hostility as he shouted angrily. This matter has nothing to do with this prince and noble consort Yao. If you want Chu Maxin to die, then stand here. If you want him to have a chance to live, then move out of the way. Yi Junqing looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu coldly as he spoke. Cough cough. On the bed, Chu Maxin was coughing violently. Blood had already dyed his clothes red. If anything happens to the little prince, Juanxiu will make you pay with your life first. After a moment of hesitation, Huangfu Juanxiu finally moved out of the way. Yi Junqing quickly walked over to the bed and helped Chu Maxin up. Then he sat down on the bed and slowly placed his hands on Chu Maxin's spine to circulate qi. It's that simple. Huangfu Juanxiu roared angrily when he saw that Yi Junqing wasn't doing anything. If you don't want Chu Maxin to die right now, then I'll have to trouble everyone in this room to leave, including you. Yi Junqing took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. Darren, the esteemed prince, is probably trying to use his own internal energy to force the poison out of the little prince's body. The worst thing to do during this process is to be disturbed. If there's any outside interference, both the esteemed prince and the little prince will lose their lives, reported the imperial physician. Then what are you all just standing there for? Scram! Huangfu Juanxiu had no reason not to trust the imperial physicians he had brought, so he urged them in a low voice. When the imperial physicians heard this, they silently left the room. Huangfu Juanxiu looked at Yi Junqing, whose forehead was covered in sweat, and spoke solemnly. If you can save the little prince, then Juanxiu will owe you a favor. Huangfu Juanxiu took a deep breath, then left the room. He personally closed the door and stood at the entrance. Since it was a taboo to disturb them, then he would personally stand guard here. Right now, even if it was the emperor himself, he wouldn't let them in. After about 5 minutes, Yi Hongyi hurriedly appeared in the west wing of Guan Osprey Palace. Why are you all outside? How's the austere prince? Asked Yi Hongyi anxiously when he saw the imperial physicians all waiting in the hall. Replying, Your Majesty, the little prince has been poisoned and there's no cure. The esteemed prince is currently inside trying to force the poison out of the young prince's body, so we can only wait outside, reported the imperial physician with a trembling voice. Chapter 198. Poison. We're going in to take a look. The moment Yi Hongyi heard the news, he was both shocked and delighted. He was shocked that if something happened to Chu Maxin, the war between Shu and Yu would definitely happen. He was delighted that Yi Junqing had been there when Chu Maxin had gotten into trouble. No matter who did this, he would be able to push it onto Yi Junqing. However, when Yi Hongyi reached the door to the inner room, Huangfu Juanxiu had no intention of moving aside. How dare you! His Majesty wants to go in, so why aren't you backing down? Shouted Bingshan as he waved his horsetail whisk. It's not that Juanxiu is being rude, but the esteemed prince is currently helping the little prince force out the poison. He can't be disturbed, said Huangfu Juanxiu coldly. What are you saying? His Majesty is worried about austere prince's illness, so how can you say that he's disturbed? Retorted Bingshan arrogantly. He hadn't forgotten how Huangfu Juanxiu had cursed him. It doesn't matter if it's to visit or disturb, Juanxiu won't move aside. This is Great Chu's territory. King Yu can order people to drag Juanxiu out and have him executed, but if King Yu insists on going in, then it means that King Yu is intentionally trying to harm austere prince. At that time, it doesn't matter who poisoned him. Great Shu will blame this on King Yu, said Huangfu Juanxiu seriously. You really don't know what's good for you. Bingshan was just about to retort when Yi Hongyi stopped him. We can understand Envoy Huangfu's feelings. Since the esteemed prince is here, I believe that austere prince will definitely be able to turn this disaster into a blessing. We can rest assured. Bingshan, wait here. As soon as there's any movement inside, immediately report to Yao Gui. Yi Hongyi forcefully suppressed his anger and turned to leave. Time passed second by second. Everyone in the West Wing felt like there was a huge rock weighing down on their hearts. They knew very well that if Chu Machine died, the world would fall into chaos. Before they knew it, 4 hours had passed, but there was still no movement from the room. In the inner room, Yi Junqing had already used up most of his internal energy. His robes were already drenched in sweat, but Chu Machine didn't react at all. His lips were purple and his face was even paler than before. Prince, Yin Shui is helping you. Suddenly, Yin Shui, who had been hiding in the shadows, appeared. She pushed Yi Junqing's back with all her strength. Yin Shui, there's no need for you to do this, said Yi Junqing with difficulty when he felt Yin Shui's internal energy pushing in. Master's hopes are Yin Shui's hopes. Since Master wants Chu Machine to live, Yin Shui will definitely do her best. At the time, when Yin Shui saw Yao Moen kneeling in front of Yi Junqing in such a heart-wrenching manner, she actually started crying as well. Bam! Yin Shui, she's not going. She for Shui. She was Yun Tutututu, Chen Zin for In was in had for Sun. Another 2 hours passed. The people outside became more and more anxious, and the people inside were also exhausted. At this time, Yin Shui was leaning against the bed frame in exhaustion, but she was still doing her best to push internal energy into Yi Junqing's body. Yi Junqing's condition was even worse. His face was even paler than Chu Machine's, but Chu Machine's complexion was gradually recovering. Prince. You can't. The moment Yin Shui sensed that Yi Junqing was about to push out the last of his internal energy, she tried her best to stop him. She knew that although Master wanted Chu Machine to live, it definitely wasn't at the cost of Yi Junqing collapsing. Just a little bit more, this prince can't give up halfway. Yi Junqing also knew that he had used up all his strength, but during these 6 hours, the only thing that kept appearing in his mind was Yao Moen's teary eyes. This was the first time he had seen Yao Moen cry. She cared about Chu Machine so much and trusted him so much, so no matter what price he had to pay, he wouldn't let Yao Moen down, even if it meant death. Prince. When Yin Shui sensed that Yi Junqing was about to use all his strength, a burst of internal energy suddenly surged in. Yin Shui turned around in shock to see that peerlessly beautiful face smiling at her. How is it? As your old master, I came just in time, right? Yan Nanqing's thin lips curved into a perfect smile. However, Yin Shui really couldn't bring herself to praise him at this moment. Would it kill you to come a bit earlier? The words that Yin Shui was thinking were shouted out loud by Yi Junqing. Where's Yao Moen? I gave her 3 9 revivals pills. Is there not even one left? In reality, Yan Nanqing had already rushed over. He had never traveled from Phoenix Feather Manor to Guan Osprey Palace in only 4 hours. If there was, this prince wouldn't need to risk his life here. Yi Junqing only stopped after he forced all the poison out of Chu Machine's body. Prince, are you alright? Asked Yin Shui worriedly after Yi Junqing helped Chu Machine back onto the bed. This prince is fine. After Yi Junqing said this, he suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. Fortunately, Yin Shui was by his side, so he didn't fall over. Yin Shui, take him back to his room first. I'll stay here. As he looked at Yi Junqing's pale complexion, Yan Nanqing's beautiful peach blossom eyes became serious. Once Yin Shui left with Yi Junqing, Yan Nanqing knocked lightly on the door. Huangfu Juanxiu immediately pushed the door open and entered. When he saw that red dress, he immediately closed the door. Envoy Huangfu, what is the meaning of this? This one is still waiting to see austere prince's condition and report back to his majesty. Outside the door, and Bingshan questioned angrily. Juanxiu is just thinking about austere prince's safety. I'll have to trouble Gonggong to wait a bit longer. After Huangfu Juanxiu locked the door, he walked around Yan Nanqing and ran to the bed. Although Chu Maxin hadn't woken up yet, his cheeks had regained some color and his breathing was becoming even. Although forcing the poison out of his body can remove it, because the internal energy stayed in his body for too long, he'll only wake up after 3 days. During these 3 days, he might show symptoms of a fever. This is all normal, so there's no need to worry, said Yan Nanqing. Juanxiu won't thank a lion's head. If a lion's head hadn't taken Yin Xiong away, nothing would have happened to little prince, said Huangfu Juanxiu coldly, but the tension in his heart suddenly loosened. Nanqing didn't help out because he wanted your thanks. As for Yin Xiong, that'll depend on this lion's head's mood. Yan Nanqing snorted lightly, then turned and left. The jade rabbit rose from the east and the crescent moon hung on the branches like a bow. The branches swayed in the autumn wind and scattered bits of leaves fell to the ground, giving off the desolation of autumn. On the bed in the inner room of Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan seemed to hear the cries of a baby. Each cry made her heart clench. Zhong Air. Give Zhong Air back to me. Tears rolled down from her trembling eyelashes. She shook her head repeatedly and stretched her hands out from under the quilt. She raised them with all her might, as if she was trying to catch something. Don't. Yao Moan abruptly opened her eyes and her hands froze in midair. Tears gushed out of her eyes and slid down her temples. She still couldn't catch it. Yao Moan lowered her arms in disappointment. Her lips couldn't stop trembling as she let out intermittent whimpers like a small animal. That scene in the cold palace had appeared in her dreams countless times. Every time, she hoped that the result would be different, but every time, when Yi Hongyi threw Zhong'er down, she couldn't catch him in time. She hated herself. Why couldn't she have been faster? If she had been just a bit faster, she would have been able to catch Zhong'er. But what could she do? She was just a step too slow. Zhong'er had stopped breathing right in front of her. Nyang nyang. Outside the door, Tingyuk hurriedly ran in when she heard the commotion. Yao Moan took a deep breath and suppressed the extreme sorrow in her eyes. Then she wiped away her tears as Tingyu lit the candle. Chapter 199. Nyang Nyang, you've finally woken up. You scared this servant to death. The inner room gradually brightened. Yao Mo-wan got off the bed with Tingyu's support, but her heart still hadn't calmed down. Tea for you. Seeing that Yao Moan's cherry lips were chapped, Tingyu immediately poured a cup of tea and handed it over. The moment she took the teacup, Yao Moan abruptly turned around and looked towards Tingyu solemnly. How's Chu Maxin? Did he? Nyang Nyang, don't worry, the little prince is fine. This servant heard that the esteemed prince used his internal energy to force the poison out of the little prince. It was also because of this that the esteemed prince fainted from exhaustion. As for what exactly happened, Tingyu also didn't know. Yao Moan nodded slightly and said indifferently, I understand. You can go and rest first. Your Highness, you've just woken up. Do you want this servant to prepare some food for you? No need to trouble yourself. Yao Moan shook her head. Once Tingyu left, Yao Moan hastily summoned Yin Shui. Yin Shui kowtows in salute to master. Even though the light in the room was slightly dim, Yao Moan could still see that Yin Shui's face was abnormally pale. Sit down and talk. Is Chu Maxin really fine? Yao Moan looked towards Yin Shui apprehensively. With Tingyu's status, she definitely wouldn't be able to enter the West Wing, but Yin Shui was different. Replying Master, Chu Maxin is indeed fine, but Yi Junqing risked his life to save Chu Maxin. If Yan Nanqing hadn't appeared in time, you probably wouldn't have been able to see Yi Junqing again, reported Yin Shui truthfully. Risking my life. It's fine as long as he tried his best. What reason does he have to put his life on the line? Yao Moen looked towards Yin Shui in shock. She didn't even realize that the tea in the teacup had splashed onto her hand. Master, have you forgotten? After Chu Maxin was poisoned, Master knelt in front of Yi Junqing and told him that he had to save Chu Maxin's life. Perhaps it was because of Master's words that Yi Junqing risked his life, said Yin Shui bluntly. This consort knelt down and begged him. How could this be? How could this consort kneel and beg him? Yao Mo Wan rubbed her forehead. She simply couldn't believe that she would do such a thing. Yin Shui saw it with her own eyes. Master cried her heart out and begged Yi Junqing to save Chu Maxin. Forgive Yin Shui for speaking bluntly, but the feeling you gave this subordinate was as if Chu Maxin was your own son. Even now, Yin Shui still couldn't understand why her master had such strong feelings for Chu Maxin. They had only known each other for a few days. Son. Yao Moen came to a sudden realization. That's right, she remembered now. When she saw Chu Maxin vomiting blood, she thought of her own Zhong'er. Zhong'er was lying on the cold ground, covered in blood, cold and lonely. Master. Yin Shui called out worriedly when she saw Yao Moen's dazed expression. This consort is fine, but what about Yi Junqing? What about now? Yao Moen suddenly felt a lingering fear. If Yi Junqing had died to save Chu Maxin, just how regretful would she be? Yi Junqing is currently unconscious due to overexertion of inner energy. However, Your Highness, don't worry. He'll definitely wake up by tomorrow night at the latest. However, recovering his inner energy won't be something that can be done in a day, said Yin Shui. He's all right. What about Chu Maxin? A son without a mother and a mother without a son. Yao Moen's concern for Chu Maxin was definitely not false. The poison has been forced out, but it'll be at least 3 days before he wakes up. When Yin Shui thought about how that was only a 15-year-old child, she felt a bit upset. Did those imperial physicians manage to find out what poison he was poisoned with? Yao Moen restrained the sadness in her eyes and replaced it with a cold light. It's a poison made from a mixture of crane's crown red and fallen goose sand. When 2 common poisons are mixed like this, it's practically the poison of poisons. The person who poisoned him most likely wanted Chu Maxin's life. Just who wanted to harm Chu Maxin? Or perhaps, harm this consort? Yao Moen lowered her eyes and pondered deeply. If she was able to find the person who poisoned him, she would definitely return the favor 100-fold. The first rays of dawn were like a sharp sword that cut through the boundless darkness. A ray of golden light sprinkled down, illuminating the silent Guan Osprey Palace. At this time, Lu Xing had just come out of the east wing when he saw Yao Moen walking over. This servant kowtows in salute to Your Highness. Lu Xing put down the basin and bowed respectfully. Rise. How is the esteemed prince? Yao Moen hadn't been able to sleep since she woke up last night. She had left the inner room at the first light of dawn. Replying Your Highness, the imperial physicians came over earlier and said that the esteemed prince had exhausted too much energy and was temporarily unconscious. He'll wake up at noon at the earliest. He's fine, replied Lu Xing truthfully. And, you can leave. Have Ting Yu prepare some ginseng soup and bring it in, instructed Yao Moen indifferently before walking into the east wing. Even though it was rebuilt, the furnishings inside were still simple to the point of being a little shabby. Yao Moen didn't have the time to admire it and just walked into the inner room. On the bed, Yi Junqing was dressed in an azure blue robe that hung down to the ground. His shiny black hair lay in front of his chest and his handsome face was as gentle as jade. Yao Moen walked closer step by step as her eyes gradually became misty. Junqing, do you know how important your life is? If something happens to you, then what's the point of everything I've done? If it was for revenge, I wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. I only needed to put in a bit of effort and Yi Hongyi and Yao Sulwan would live in hell on earth. As for me, I took every step carefully and painstakingly, just so that I could return you a magnificent great Chu empire. But tell me, if you die, how am I supposed to continue? Yao Moan slowly sat down on the side of the bed. Tears blurred her vision as she tried her best to clearly see the face on the bed. She lifted her jade finger for no reason and placed it on Yi Juanqing's face. The moment their skin touched, Yao Moan's tears fell soundlessly onto Yi Juanqing's tightly closed lips. What are you doing? A clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. When Yao Moan heard this, she was stunned. When they looked at each other, she saw that Yi Juanqing was examining her with a strange gaze. Yao Moan swallowed hard. In that instant, she really wanted to immediately chop off the finger she had placed on Yi Juanqing's face and then calmly tell him that it wasn't hers. Cough cough. Your cheekbones are as high as the bridge of your nose. From your face, I can tell that you won't have a short life. Yao Moan calmly patted Yi Juanqing's face a few more times before moving her hand away. This prince has only heard of physiognomy, this prince has never heard of anything that can be touched. Yi Juanqing sat up with difficulty and looked towards Yao Moan suspiciously. That's why I say prince is ignorant and inexperienced. In reality, other than the art of war, prince should also dabble in other areas of knowledge. Yao Moan forced herself to remain calm as she spoke. She had already cursed that quack doctor 81 times in her heart. Didn't he say that he would only wake up at noon? What kind of situation was this? That's right, how is Chu Machine right now? Yi Juanqing felt that Yao Moan's suggestion was purely to find fault with him, so he decided to just ignore it. Besides, he didn't have the energy to argue with Yao Moan about who had more knowledge. Moan came because of this matter. Yin Shua said that Prince had almost thrown away your life to save Chu Machine. Moan wants to know, does Prince really look down on yourself that much? Yao Moan's sudden excitement baffled Yi Juanqing. This prince doesn't look down on myself. Yi Juanqing had originally thought that Yao Moan had come to thank him. Even if she didn't thank him, her attitude should at least be a bit better. Then why did Prince use your own life to exchange for Chu Machine's? Yao Moan only wanted Yi Juanqing to know that in this world, no one's life was more precious than his. Chapter 200. The situation forced me. At that critical juncture, I had no other choice. Whether it was for Great Chu or for Yao Moan, even if it was just for an innocent life, he couldn't give up halfway. It's not that you don't have a choice. You're just seeking death. You think that if you die, you'll be able to reunite with eldest sister, but do you know that if you commit suicide like this, eldest sister won't ever see you again even in the underworld? What's wrong with you? Is it wrong for this prince to save him? At the time, you were the one who knelt in front of this prince and begged this prince to save him. Yi Juanqing frowned slightly. He didn't understand why Yao Moan was angry at all. That was because in that moment, she had mistaken Chu Machine for Zhong'er. But how could she say something like that? What do you think? Why? Yi Juanqing really wanted to know what kind of reason would make Yao Moan kneel in front of him without any regard for her dignity and face. Right at this moment, the door opened lightly, and Tingyu walked in with a bowl of ginseng soup. She'd just entered the room when she felt a gust of cold wind assault her face. "Nyang Nyang, this is the ginseng soup you ordered me to prepare for the esteemed prince," said Tingyu respectfully. She didn't dare to raise her eyes to look at Yao Moan's expression. He doesn't even want to live anymore, so why would he drink this stuff? Take it back. Yao Moan said angrily. When Tingyu heard this, she knew that her mistress was angry, so she didn't say anything else and turned to leave. However, Before Ting Yu could leave the room, she was called back by Yao Moen. Forget it, bring the ginseng soup back. Whether he drinks it or not is his problem. Even though she was angry, she still couldn't bear to let Yi Junqing starve even the slightest bit. By the time Ting Yu turned around, Yao Moen was already walking towards the door. The moment the door closed, Yi Junqing let out a deep sigh and looked towards Ting Yu. Ting Yu, who stepped on her tail? Yi Junqing was very sure that Yao Moen had definitely been provoked before coming here. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this unreasonable. This servant doesn't know, but Nyang Nyang was still amiable before entering this door. Ting Yu's meaning was very clear. It's this king. This king didn't even get out of bed. Her tail must have been caught in the door when she entered, thought Yi Junqing. The corner of Ting Yu's mouth twitched subconsciously when she heard this. She didn't say anything else. After leaving the east wing, Yao Mo1 walked into the pear blossom garden and sat on the swing in annoyance. What's wrong with me? Since when did she become so happy so easily? What went wrong? Yao Mo1 quietly sat on the swing, allowing the pear blossoms to fall. She needed to calm down, needed to settle down, needed to find the root of the problem. After sitting for an unknown amount of time, she finally understood why she had lost control so much in front of Yi Junqing. It was because she cared about him. It wasn't like she cared about him as if she was repaying a debt of gratitude. This kind of caring had subtly influenced her, and at some point in time, it had already taken over her everything. After lunch, Yao Moen tossed aside her worries and confusion and stepped into the west wing. But as soon as he entered the door, he was stopped by 2 guards. This consort just wanted to see Little Prince, said Yao Moen indifferently when she saw Huangfu Juanxiu walk out. You can leave. Huangfu Juanxiu indicated for the guards to leave before making an inviting gesture. Yao Moen hadn't expected that Huangfu Juanxiu would be so easy to talk to and felt a little relieved. Little Prince has been running a high fever since last night. Although they said that this is a normal reaction, Juanxiu is still worried. If possible, Juanxiu hopes that Your Highness can think of something. Huangfu Juanxiu's voice contained a trace of pleading and hope. Yao Moen stopped walking and turned to look towards him. You don't suspect that this consort was the one who poisoned him now? If Juanxiu had said anything that offended Your Highness, please don't take it to heart. Since Little Prince is someone that Little Prince used his life to protect, he shouldn't be the culprit, said Huangfu Juanxiu meaningfully. This consort doesn't understand what you mean. Yao Moen furrowed her brows as she looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu in confusion. Little Prince didn't forget Your Highness's safety even when he was poisoned and insisted that Juanxiu not report this matter to His Highness the Crown Prince. That's because Little Prince understands His Highness the most. If His Highness were to find out that something happened to Little Prince in Guan Osprey Palace, regardless of whether Your Highness was the one who did it or not, His Highness the Crown Prince wouldn't let the matter rest, said Huangfu Juanxiu seriously. Chu Mabe is famous for doting on this younger brother of his. This consort doesn't doubt it. Yao Moen nodded slightly. She was a little shocked. She didn't understand why Chu Maxin would still think of her in a life and death situation. She didn't have this kind of affection for him. When Yao Moen walked into the bedroom, Huangfu Juanxiu waved his hand to dismiss the palace maids. At this moment, Yao Moen could clearly see the person on the bed. She saw Chu Maxin lying powerlessly on the bed. There was a towel on his forehead and his cheeks were purple. His lips were cracked and there were even traces of blood seeping out. How could it be so serious? It's so hot. Yao Moen hurriedly walked over and sat on the wooden stool next to the bed. She caressed Chu Maxin's burning cheeks with her fingers, then abruptly pulled them back. When Yao Moen felt the heat on Chu Maxin's cheeks, she felt as if her heart was being squeezed. Your Highness, how could one towel be enough? Have someone bring a few more. Also, change the water. Huang Fu Juanxiu was just about to speak when Yao Moen cut him off. When he saw the anxiety in Yao Moen's eyes, Huang Fu Juanxiu sighed inwardly in relief. Then, he ordered the palace maids to do as Yao Moen said while he quietly retreated. If Chu Maxin hadn't been talking in his sleep last night about looking for Yao Moen, Huang Fu Juanxiu wouldn't have let Yao Moen step into the West Wing. However, right now, Huang Fu Juanxiu was willing to do anything that could make Chu Maxin feel a little better. Inside the room, Yao Moen carefully took care of Chu Maxin. She changed the towel on his forehead again and again. Every time she put it on, the towel would burn her hands in less than 5 minutes. Imperial Father, I'm sorry. Maxin shouldn't have been born into this world, shouldn't have harmed Imperial Mother. Just as Yao Moen placed the towel on Chu Maxin's forehead, Chu Maxin's cracked lips gradually opened. You're awake. Yao Moen looked towards Chu Maxin with some joy. Only then did she realize that Chu Maxin had just been talking in his sleep. Imperial Mother. Xian really misses you. Big brother. Tell Xian that Imperial Mother is the most beautiful woman in this world. Xian really envies Big brother. Xian really wants to see Imperial Mother. Chu Maxin's voice was a little emotional as tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. That tear moved so quickly that it disappeared into her hair, but Yao Moen could still see it clearly. Imperial Mother, these are clothes that older sister Maxin made. They're so beautiful. Don't you see them? Don't worry. Even without Imperial Mother by his side, there will still be someone to take care of Xian. Yao Moen's tears fell silently as she subconsciously caressed her face. Maxin, I'm sorry. This consort actually didn't guess your thoughts, I'm sorry. Yao Moen choked as she spoke. Imperial Mother. Xian really misses you. What should I do? You mustn't tell Big brother. Maxin doesn't want anything to happen to older sister Maxin. She's like older sister Maxin, like Imperial Mother. On the bed, Chu Maxin kept talking in his sleep. His expression alternated between sorrow and anger, making one's heart ache to see him. This consort isn't a good mother. This consort wasn't able to protect Zhong'er properly, and I wasn't able to protect you properly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yao Moen's tears fell like rain as she continuously wiped Chu Maxin's burning cheeks with the towel in her hands. By the time it was 10:00 in the evening, this was already the 4th time Huang Fu Juanxiu had come in, hoping that Yao Moen could rest, but Yao Moen refused. Chapter 201. Noble Consort Yao, the servants can handle this. You should go back and rest. Tingyu has already prepared dinner. Huang Fu Juanxiu felt a trace of warmth when he saw the sweat on Yao Moen's forehead. It seemed that little prince hadn't protected the wrong person. What should the servants do? Help this consort tell Tingyu that this consort will be staying here tonight to take care of the austere prince. Tell her to go rest first and there's no need to wait for this consort. Yao Moen's gaze never left Chu Maxin. But Huang Fu Juanxiu looked towards Yao Moen awkwardly. Little Prince had an accident in Guan Osprey Palace, so this consort should do the same. Unless Lord doesn't trust this consort. As Yao Moen spoke, she removed the towel from Chu Maxin's forehead, dipped it in water, and wrung it dry. Juanxiu wouldn't dare. Juanxiu will go back to Tingyu right now. As of now, Huang Fu Juanxiu didn't doubt Yao Moen at all. When they returned to the bedroom, Huang Fu Juanxiu personally came in with a cup of cold water. It's getting late, Lord should go rest first. Yao Moen's voice sounded a bit tired. Your Highness should be the one resting. Little Prince's fever has actually subsided quite a bit. Your Highness doesn't need to worry, Juanxiu will stay here to keep Prince company, said Huangfu Juanxiu sincerely as he looked towards Yao Mowen gratefully. This consort is fine, this consort won't be at ease if you don't stay here. Actually, is little prince still brooding over Queen Shu's difficult labor? Asked Yao Mowen as she took the towel from Huangfu Juanxiu. Who would be able to let go of something like cursing his birth mother? Replied Huangfu Juanxiu bitterly. But this isn't his fault. Yao Mowen could hear Chu Maxin talking in his sleep. Other than longing, there was also regret. But it's the truth that His Majesty lost the woman he loved the most. Someone has to take responsibility for this. Huangfu Juanxiu looked at Huangfu Juanxiu helplessly. So little prince has been carrying this burden ever since he was born, so the king of Shu doesn't like this child. Yao Mowen looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu angrily. Thankfully, little prince is protected by His Highness the Crown Prince. Even if His Majesty doesn't like it, it won't hurt little prince's status in Great Shu. In Huangfu Juanxiu's eyes, having such a good older brother was the heaven's compensation to Chu Maxin. But what he cares about is fatherly love. Yao Mowen looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu excitedly. At this moment, she thought of her own Zhong'er. She just couldn't understand. Even a beast wouldn't harm their own child, so how did Yi Hongyi do it? What was he thinking at that moment? Juanxiu also tried to dissuade His Majesty, but every time I brought up the matter of the little prince, His Majesty wouldn't want to hear it anymore. Unless His Majesty resolves the knot in his heart, otherwise. Huangfu Juanxiu's gaze reflexively shifted towards Chu Maxin, who was lying on the couch. His heart was filled with pity. Most people who came from imperial families were arrogant in front of others, but who knew the bitterness behind their backs? This consort will definitely find a chance to see the king of Shu. Yao Mowen seemed to be muttering to herself, but also seemed to be making a vow. At the side, Huangfu Juanxiu looked towards Yao Mowen in surprise but didn't say anything. Yao Mowen found an excuse to send Huangfu Juanxiu away, then stayed by the couch to take care of Chu Maxin for the entire night. The next day, when Huangfu Juanxiu and Yi Junqing walked into the bedroom, Yao Mowen had just finished changing the towel on Chu Maxin's forehead. Your Highness didn't rest at all last night. When Huangfu Juanxiu saw how haggard Yao Mowen was and how bloodshot her eyes were, he was indescribably moved. This consort is fine. Thankfully, the little prince's fever has subsided. Yao Mowen took a deep breath and slowly got up. Just as Yao Mowen was about to walk over to the table, she suddenly felt her body sway and her head spin. Are you all right? The moment Yao Mowen fell to the ground, a pair of strong arms suddenly wrapped around her. When she looked up, those clear eyes were filled with worry. I'm fine. Yao Mowen calmly withdrew from Yi Junqing's embrace as she said this indifferently, but her heart was slightly moved. At that time, she had already realized that she cared for Yi Junqing more than just repaying his kindness. However, she decided not to suppress it. This was also what she owed Yi Junqing, so she would return it all at once. I'll have to trouble esteemed prince to escort noble consort Yao back. Juanxiu naturally won't neglect the little prince. Huangfu Juanxiu seized the opportunity to speak. After leaving the West Wing, Yi Junqing continued to support Yao Mowen, afraid that she would fall again. Actually, yesterday, Yao Mowen really wanted to apologize to Yi Junqing. She was the one who begged Yi Junqing first, so it was only natural that Yi Junqing saved Chu Maxin. She shouldn't have lost her temper at Yi Junqing. However, just as Yao Mowen was about to speak, she suddenly saw Yi Hongyi walk into Guan Osprey Palace with a worried expression. Warner, how did you get out of here? Did someone make things difficult for you? The moment Yi Junqing saw Yi Hongyi, he let go of Yao Mowen without batting an eyelid. When he saw Yi Hongyi pull Yao Mowen into his arms, Yi Junqing's heart felt like it was being prodded by a silver needle. Bit by bit, the pain slowly spread throughout his body like a drop of ink falling into a pond. No, Wanna just wanted to see if the little prince had gotten better. Your Majesty, they said that the little prince had eaten something poisonous. How did this happen? Yao Moan looked towards Yi Hongyi innocently, but when she saw Yi Junqing following behind him, a trace of bitterness flashed through her heart. Warner, don't worry. No matter what happens, it has nothing to do with Zhen's Warner. With Zhen here, no one can harm Warner. Yi Hongyi lovingly kissed Yao Moan's forehead, his eyes shining brilliantly. In the next 2 days, Yao Moan stayed in the West Wing to take care of him until Chu Maxin opened his eyes. The first thing I saw when I woke up was you. This prince really doesn't feel good. When Chu Maxin saw Yao Moan taking a nap next to his bed, he complained. You're awake. Do you feel dizzy? Do you feel nauseous? Someone come. Bring the ginseng soup in. The little prince has woken up. Yao Moan vaguely heard someone speak. When she looked up, she saw that Chu Maxin had already sat up. How could this prince be that weak? Aren't I fine now? When Chu Maxin saw the worry on Yao Moan's face, he felt a bit of joy. What are you getting up for? Hurry and lie down. When Yao Moan saw that Chu Maxin was about to get up, she immediately reached out and pressed him down on the bed. At this time, Huangfu Juanxiu and Yi Junqing walked in. Open your mouth and eat it. Yao Moan took the ginseng soup that the palace maid handed over, scooped it up with a spoon, blew on it a few times, then brought it to Chu Maxin's mouth. This prince can eat it myself. What Chu Maxin hated the most was being treated like a child, especially in front of so many people. You've been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights, how could you possibly have any strength? Hurry up and eat it. When Chu Maxin refused, Yao Moan shoved the spoon into his mouth. It was true that her heart ached for Chu Maxin, but she understood Chu Maxin's temper. Speaking nicely right now would only make him more arrogant. Oh. You're too barbaric. As expected, when Chu Maxin saw Yao Moan's fiendish expression, he obediently opened his mouth and stopped resisting. At the side, Huangfu Juanxiu choked inwardly. In all of Great Shu, there was probably no one who dared to treat the little prince this fiercely. As expected, Yao Moan wasn't a normal person. If you're not obedient, I have even more barbaric methods. Do you want to try? Yao Moan's lips curved as she looked towards Chu Maxin with a sinister smile. When was this prince not obedient? Chu Maxin pouted. You're obedient. Then who was it that snuck out of Guan Osprey Palace? Who was it that ate something given by a stranger? Yao Moan probed. At this time, Huangfu Juanxiu and Yi Junqing both looked towards Chu Maxin. They both wanted to know who had poisoned him. Chapter 202. How did you know? Chu Maxin lifted his brows towards Yao Moan. If you hadn't eaten something from outside, would you have been poisoned? Ahem. This prince just wanted to go to Changle Palace, but who knew that I would run into a woman who called herself consortly? Before Chu Maxin could finish, Yao Moan's eyes turned cold and she abruptly got up to hand the porcelain bowl to Huangfu Juanxiu before storming out of the West Wing. Why did she leave? Is she still going to listen or not? Chu Maxin looked in the direction Yao Moan had disappeared in. Was it consortly who poisoned you? Asked Yi Junqing solemnly with a cold expression. No, she just said a few things that this prince didn't understand and she didn't have the chance to either. Later, this prince entered Changle Palace and saw that there were pastries on the table. This prince thought that you guys had found Fluffy and Jewel, so this prince. Chu Maxin was a bit annoyed. He really shouldn't have been so careless, but who else would go to Changle Palace besides Yao Moan? Fluffy and Jewel were hidden in Changle Palace by you. Then did they eat those pastries? Asked Yi Junqing anxiously. If they ate them, would this prince still eat them? If he still reached for the pastries after seeing the two cats' corpses, then he really deserved to die. Who could it be? Yi Junqing muttered to himself with a grave expression. Forgive Juanxiu for saying so much, but could noble consort Yao have gone to get even with that consort Li? If that's the case, then perhaps we've wrongly accused a good person. Huangfu Juanxiu recalled Yao Moan's murderous expression and reminded him worriedly. Crap! Yi Junqing suddenly understood and immediately turned to chase after her. Once Yi Junqing left, Huangfu Juanxiu walked over to the bed to feed Chu Maxin. Yao Moan dared to be impudent in front of this prince, but you dare too. When Huangfu Juanxiu saw that Chu Maxin's gaze was on the spoon he offered, he obediently put the spoon back into the bowl and handed it back to Chu Maxin. That's right, you didn't tell eldest brother about this, right? Chu Maxin lifted his brows towards Huangfu Juanxiu. Juanxiu wouldn't dare disobey little prince's orders, said Huangfu Juanxiu sincerely. In reality, after Yi Junqing had saved Chu Maxin, Huangfu Juanxiu had sent a messenger pigeon to report everything that had happened in Chu Palace in detail. He had especially mentioned how Chu Maxin had protected Yao Moan even at the brink of death. That's good. Also, why did Yao Moan fall asleep at this prince's place? How long has she been here? Chu Maxin let out a sigh of relief and continued to ask. Replying Prince, actually, Yao Moan has been keeping watch over you day and night during the 2 days you were unconscious. She stayed up all night yesterday, so she ended up sleeping lightly next to Prince's bed, replied Huangfu Juanxiu truthfully. She's guarding this prince. Chu Maxin looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu in shock. Yes, 2 whole days and 2 nights. Juanxiu also heard from the servants in Guan Osprey Palace that for the sake of saving the little prince, not only did Yao Moan kneel and beg Yi Junqing, she even fainted afterwards. Although Huangfu Juanxiu felt that Yao Moan was very scheming, the truth was the truth. Yao Moan's concern for the little prince wasn't fake. She's doing this for this prince, muttered Chu Maxin to himself. He was incredibly shocked. Inside Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan was currently pointing at the pastries on the table and cursing loudly. These are the pastries you prepared for this consort. You might as well feed them to the dogs. Your Highness, please calm your anger. These are indeed almond pastries that the imperial kitchen prepared according to your Highness' wishes. Mingyu had no idea why Yao Sulwan was angry. Pa! What this consort wants are high-quality almond pastries. What is this? Let this consort take a look, there are pine nuts mixed in as well. Do you think this consort is blind? Yao Sulwan abruptly knocked over the porcelain plate, causing the almond pastries to scatter all over the floor. Replying Your Highness, these are almond pastries that the imperial kitchen chose according to Your Highness' wishes, so... replied Mingyu while trembling. What a bunch of snobbish servants. Even if this consort isn't the imperial Gui Fei today, this consort is still a Fei. They actually dared to trick this consort like this. Let them be arrogant for now. When this consort gains power in the future, I'll definitely make them regret it, roared Yao Sulwan through gritted teeth. You'll never gain power again in this lifetime. You, get out. Just as Yao Sulwan was getting angry, Yao Mo Wan charged in. Mingyu didn't even have time to salute before she was kicked out by Yao Mo Wan. Yao Mo Wan, this consort already stopped provoking you, yet you actually came knocking on my door. Yao Sulwan was shocked, but she still charged over angrily. Pa! Before Yao Sulwan could steady herself, Yao Mo Wan's palm abruptly flew over. Yao Sulwan was caught off guard and instantly felt her face burn. You actually dare to hit me. Yao Sulwan covered her face with one hand as she looked towards Yao Mo Wan angrily. Do I have to pick a day to hit you? Yao Sulwan. You brought this upon yourself. For every bit of pain you've caused this consort will return it tenfold. Yao Mo Wan's cold eyes carried a bone-chilling sharpness. Yao Mo Wan. You're going too far. Yao Sulwan ignored the burning pain on her face and charged over. However, she hadn't expected that she would be subdued by Yao Mo Wan the moment she raised her hand. Yao Mo Wan immediately raised her hand and the sound of slaps resounded through the air above Pure Flower's palace. Even Mingyu, who was standing guard outside, felt extremely uncomfortable. Yao Mo Wan, have you gone crazy? What did I do this time for you to treat me like this? Yao Sulwan only found an opening to retaliate after suffering over 10 slaps, so she pushed Yao Mo Wan aside. Do you still need to ask this consort what you've done? Yao Mo Wan's eyes were filled with deep hatred. Every time she thought about the pain Chu Maxin had endured these past few days, she really wanted to strangle Yao Sulwan to death. I didn't do anything at all. Yao Sulwan held her swollen face with both hands as she glared at Yao Mo Wan. Right at this time, Yi Junqing burst through the door. You came at just the right time. Did you bring a knife? Even though Yao Sulwan's face was already swollen to the size of a palm and blood was seeping from the corner of her lips, Yao Mo Wan still couldn't vent her hatred. Chu Maxin was only a 15-year-old child, so how could she be so heavy-handed? Yao Mo Wan couldn't imagine what kind of heart-wrenching pain Chu Maxin had felt when the crane crown red and fallen goose sand had simultaneously taken effect in his body. Esteemed prince, esteemed prince. You saw it, it was Yao Mo Wan who beat this consort to this state. You have to testify for this consort. This consort wants to see His Majesty. The moment Yao Sulwan saw Yi Junqing, she got up with difficulty and tears streamed down her face. Yi Junqing glanced at Yao Sulwan, then walked to Yao Mo Wan's side. Austere Prince said that the person who poisoned him wasn't Yao Sulwan, but that someone had placed a plate of pastries in Changle Palace. The problem lies with that plate of pastries. Also, Fluffy and Jewel were hidden there by Austere Prince, that's why he went. Yi Junqing leaned down next to Yao Mo Wan's ear and explained in a low voice. Pastries. When Yao Mo Wan heard this, she furrowed her brows and looked towards Yi Junqing. Why, you know she's not stupid. You really are in cahoots with her. Yao Sulwan's heart turned completely cold when she saw Yi Junqing like this. Why don't we go back first and discuss this at length? Yi Junqing ignored Yao Sulwan and suggested indifferently. Moan knows what she's doing. Prince should leave first. Don't let people with ulterior motives get hold of this. Yao Mo Wan looked towards Yao Sulwan coldly. Yi Junqing nodded slightly, then left. So you're in cahoots with Yi Junqing. Yao Sulwan leaned against the wall and glared at Yao Mo Wan hatefully. Chapter 203. It's not this consort that's in cahoots with the snake and the rat. Tell me, why did you dare to enter Changle Palace? Aren't you afraid that eldest sister's ghost will haunt you? Yao Moan harumphed coldly as she walked over to the table and slowly sat down. If she wasn't so angry, she wouldn't have personally taught Yao Sulwan a lesson. Hitting this kind of person would only dirty her hands. Changle Palace. Why would this consort want to go to Changle Palace? Oh. This consort understands. You suspect that the person who poisoned Chu Maxin is this consort. Yao Sulwan suddenly understood. She had also heard about the recent events. However, Chu Maxin's luck was truly good. He hadn't died even after being poisoned. This made Yao Sulwan extremely disappointed. Other than you, Moan can't think of a second person. In the entire Imperial Palace, you're the only one who wants Moan dead the most. If Chu Maxin dies in Guan Osprey Palace, even if His Majesty can absolve Moen, Chu Mabe who's far away in Great Shu won't let Moen off so easily. What a good way to kill with a borrowed knife. Yao Moen laughed coldly as her eyes flashed with extreme coldness. Yao Moen, you're wrong. All the women in the imperial harem wish for you to die. It's just that this consort is more urgent. Unfortunately, this consort wasn't the one who did it. I never would have thought that there would be someone in the imperial palace who hates you as much as this consort. This is something to be happy about. However, who could this person be? Yao Sulwan suddenly smiled and walked towards Yao Moen while enduring the pain. Is this consort supposed to believe you just because you said it? Yao Moen looked towards Yao Sulwan coldly. With her current relationship with Yao Sulwan, if it was her who did it, she would definitely admit to it. Furthermore, she had always believed in ghosts and gods. Otherwise, she wouldn't have personally killed her own flesh and blood just because of a single sentence from White Brow. Getting her to step into Changle Palace was practically harder than ascending to the heavens. What? You can't think of anything. How about letting this consort remind you that although one of the 4 noble consorts has died and one has fled, and Huan Kaier has also fallen into your trap, don't forget that there's still one left. Yao Sulwan's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her smile strange and her voice cold. Wang Qinruo. These 3 words suddenly surfaced in Yao Moen's mind. In her impression, Shu Feifei Wang Qinruo was a mysterious existence. She still remembered that on the night Wang Qinruo entered the palace, Yi Hongyi hadn't come to Yihua Palace and had instead stayed in his own Changle Palace. At the time, she had tried to persuade Yi Hongyi, but no matter what, Yi Hongyi refused to move. She wasn't very clear about the reason behind this. What happened afterwards was even more inconceivable to her. Although Wang Qinruo was one of the 4 consorts, Yi Hongyi would often send her to a side garden to recuperate. Wang Qinruo had been in the palace for 5 years, but had actually stayed in the palace for less than 3 years. Could it be that she was the same as Xie Xin and had someone she loved? Scared? You and I both know that Wang Qinruo is a mystery that no one can figure out. Now that she's back, your good days have come to an end. Yao Sulwan's voice pulled Yao Moen back to reality. Since it's a mystery, how can second older sister be sure that she would view Moen as an enemy? Yao Moen calmed her heart and looked towards Yao Sulwan. It seemed that a dozen or so slaps really wasn't a lot. Yao Sulwan's current arrogant expression explained this point very well. You want to get information out of Ben Gong? Don't even think about it. It looks like this inner palace is going to get lively again. There will definitely be someone who will return these dozen or so slaps for Ben Gong. Yao Sulwan looked towards Yao Moen in a deliberately mystifying manner. She originally wanted to see fear in Yao Moen's eyes, but what she saw instead was a strangely calm expression. You're not afraid? Yao Sulwan frowned in doubt. Putting aside the fact that Wang Qinruo doesn't have any reason to deal with Ben Gong, even if she did, Ben Gong would still kill gods and slay Buddhas. Doesn't second older sister want to watch a good show? Then you have to open your eyes wide and not miss the exciting part. Yao Moen stood up and calmly walked out of Pure Flower's palace under Yao Sulwan's astonished gaze. As Yao Sulwan watched Yao Moen's departing figure, her gaze was filled with extreme hatred. Perhaps it was because she had clenched her teeth too hard, but Yao Sulwan suddenly felt pain on her cheeks. Yao Moen. Don't get too full of yourself. Even if you have to walk all the roads, Ben Gong still has one final move: indiscriminate destruction. After leaving Pure Flower's palace, Yao Moen was still immersed in what Yao Sulwan had just said. One of the reasons Wang Qinruo was able to become one of the 4 noble consorts was because her father, Wang Luolin, was a person of virtue and prestige in the court. His students were all over the court and his connections were extremely wide. Even the newly appointed Prime Minister, Du Xian, was his student. Nyang Nyang, are you all right? As Yao Moen was deep in thought, Tingyu rushed over. How did you know that Ben Gong was here? Asked Yao Moen when she saw that Tingyu had stopped panting. Esteemed Prince told the servant. Esteemed Prince also said that Nyang Nyang's emotions weren't stable, so he told the servant to take good care of you, replied Tingyu truthfully. Is that so? Yao Moen laughed involuntarily. Yi Junqing had definitely seen the finger marks on Yao Sulwan's face, which was why he was worried. Nyang Nyang, you weren't at a disadvantage, right? Asked Tingyu carefully when she saw Yao Moen's serious expression. Ever since the day I entered the palace, Ben Gong didn't know how to write the word disadvantage, especially in Pure Flower's palace. Yao Moen smiled coldly. When she raised her eyes, she inadvertently saw a group of palace maids carrying flower pots as they walked through the long hallway. The fragrance filled the air and even Yao Moen, who was 10 meters away, could smell the fragrance of 100 flowers vying for beauty. Where are they going? Asked Yao Moen suspiciously. It should be Pure Flower's palace. When this servant ran over earlier, I heard that His Majesty had given all the fragrant flowers in the greenhouse to Xu Fei, who had just returned from her recuperation. Tingyu took 2 deep breaths. It was already autumn, so it was very hard to smell this kind of flower fragrance. Wang Qinruo really has returned. Go ask around and see when Xu Fei will return. Yao Moen's brows furrowed slightly as she sighed inwardly. These really were troubled times. When Yao Moen returned to Guan Osprey Palace, she immediately went to the West Wing. Who allowed you to get out of bed? When Yao Moen saw Chu Maoxin leaning against the table with sweat dripping down his forehead, she immediately went up to support him and berated him angrily. This prince is thirsty and wants to drink water. Chu Maoxin looked at Yao Moen with a pitiful expression, making it hard for Yao Moen to get angry. You can call people to drink water, but where are they? Where did everyone in this house go? Where's Huangfu Juanqiu? Yao Moen finally realized that from the moment she entered the West Wing until now, she hadn't seen anyone else besides Chu Maoxin. This prince sent them to the East Wing, said Chu Maoxin bluntly. Why? Yao Moen looked towards Chu Maoxin in confusion. The esteemed prince almost lost his life in order to save this prince. He must be very weak right now, so this prince returned the favor by lending him the people here, said Chu Maoxin in a matter-of-fact tone. He's weaker than you. I'll go call them back. Yao Moen looked towards Chu Maoxin helplessly. She really didn't know what he was thinking. No. Ahem, this prince doesn't need their care. Chu Maoxin immediately pulled on Yao Moen and refused. You can't even drink water right now, so you don't need anyone to take care of you, asked Yao Moen as she looked at the cup on the table. Isn't there still you? It's enough for you to stay, said Chu Maoxin slowly with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. This consort. How could this consort possibly stay? Yao Moen looked towards Chu Maoxin with a light smile. She could more or less guess what Chu Maoxin's intentions were, but it was hard to not be suspicious. Why can't you stay? Is it because this prince is unconscious that you're willing to stay? Chu Maoxin looked at Yao Moen in disappointment as he spoke anxiously. Chapter 204. Then why do you insist on having this consort stay? Is it because you like this consort? This consort heard that the woman you like is called Qing'er. Yao Moen's lips curved as she looked towards Chu Maoxin teasingly. Pa! Where did this Qing'er come from? There's no Qing'er. Whenever Chu Maoxin thought of that ridiculous rumor, he felt his blood boil. Then it's because you like this consort. Yao Moen stared playfully at Chu Maoxin. When she saw his face turn completely red, she couldn't help but laugh. This prince doesn't like you. Chu Machine pouted and muttered quietly. He clearly wasn't as confident as he had been earlier. Since you don't like me, then stop looking for trouble. Go back to bed and rest. This consort will go call them back. Yao Moen helped Chu Machine back onto the bed, then tucked him in before turning to leave. When Yao Moen opened the door to the east wing, she almost bumped into Yi Junqing, who was about to rush out. Prince's expression doesn't look very good. Yao Moen teased. She knew that Yi Junqing liked peace and quiet, so how could his expression be good when he was surrounded by so many people? Prince, where are you going? If there's anything you need, just tell us servants to do. Before Yi Junqing could reply, several palace maids had already caught up. Did Chu Machine do this on purpose? Yi Junqing ignored the palace maids and looked towards Yao Moen angrily. Yao Moen smiled slightly, then looked towards the servants in the room. All of you should return. Little Prince is still waiting for you to serve him. Yao Moen's words caused everyone in the room to look at each other in dismay, but no one moved. You don't believe me? Then you can all stay. If Little Prince blames you later, it has nothing to do with this consort, said Yao Moen angrily. Seeing that Yao Moen didn't seem to be joking, everyone hurriedly left the east wing. The crowded east wing instantly quieted down. Thank goodness you came back early. Yi Junqing sighed heavily before returning to his room. How much does Prince know about Consort Shu? Yao Moen walked leisurely to the table and crossed her legs as she sat there elegantly. She looked towards Yi Junqing. Empress Shu. Why did you suddenly think of asking her? Yi Junqing sat down across from Yao Moen and poured a cup of tea for her. I heard that she was coming back from the villa, so I was just asking, replied Yao Moen absent-mindedly. That's a good question. The current Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Wang Luolin, used to be the Grand Tutor. This prince remembers getting to know her when we were very young. At that time, Wang Qinruo could be considered the study companion of us princes, said Yi Junqing as he poured himself a cup of tea. You've known each other since childhood, so they're childhood sweethearts. Yao Moen lifted her brows and her eyes flickered. Are you talking about her and the emperor? Of course. Could it be that it has something to do with Prince? Teased Yao Moen. Ahem, this prince only remembers that she had always had a good impression of His Majesty. At the time, no matter where His Majesty went, she would always follow behind him. Even if the Grand Tutor didn't allow it, she would still secretly follow. Also, don't look at how young she is, she's very meticulous. She knows His Majesty's likes and dislikes like the back of her hand. This prince also remembers that she would often bring some pastries to the imperial palace and give them to His Majesty in private. There was one time when His Majesty gave some to us brothers. This prince still misses the taste. Yi Junqing sighed. It's that bad. Yao Moen shrugged sheepishly when she saw Yi Junqing's infatuated expression. It's definitely something in the heavens, but not on the earth, corrected Yi Junqing solemnly. Then this consort doesn't understand. Since she loves Yi Hongyi so much, why would she leave the palace to recuperate from time to time after entering the palace? Logically speaking, shouldn't she stay by His Majesty's side at all times? Yao Moen turned to look towards Yi Junqing, her eyes filled with doubt. How would this prince know? However, if you have the chance to see Xu Fei, you should ask her for a few pointers. Said Yi Junqing seriously, but all he got in return was a flick of Yao Moen's sleeves. That night, the full moon hung high in the sky and the starlight was enchanting. The autumn wind blew gently, carrying with it the fragrance of flowers. Inside Yihua Palace, Fire Phoenix followed behind Wang Qinruo with heartache. She silently watched as Master plucked off the flower petals and threw them on the ground before stomping on them a few times. The flickering candlelight illuminated Wang Qinruo's exquisite features. Her features were like an ink painting, like a pink sculpture. She was extremely beautiful, but right now, her pitch-black eyes were seething with an intense darkness that made her face look slightly sinister. Fire Phoenix, extinguish the incense burner for this consort. Wang Qinruo's resentful voice was extremely cold and the exquisite pearls in her hair swayed slightly. She glared viciously at the green smoke curling up from the table as she gave this order. Fire Phoenix didn't dare to dally. She immediately walked over to the table and picked up the pot to pour the smoke over. Right at this moment, and Bingshan's voice suddenly rang out. Fire Phoenix hurriedly put down the teapot and went to greet him, but was stopped by Wang Qinruo. Come over and help this consort pull out all of these flowers. Not a single one is allowed to be left. Fire Phoenix knew her master's temper very well. She didn't dare hesitate for even a moment before turning around and walking back to Wang Qinruo's side. Wang Qinruo. What exactly are your intentions? We didn't tell you to come back to cause trouble. Yi Hongyi's voice was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. He was already standing in front of Wang Qinruo like a gust of wind, the veins on his forehead bulging. I wonder what Qinruo has done to cause trouble for your majesty. Your majesty, please enlighten me. How long had it been since they last met? Wang Qinruo looked at that handsome and cold face as she silently asked herself. Don't tell us that Chu Maxin's poisoning had nothing to do with you. Yi Hongyi clenched his teeth, his eyes so cold that there wasn't a trace of warmth in them. It was this consort's doing. Is that wrong? Wang Qinruo's cherry lips parted into a smile that carried a hint of bitterness. Chu Maxin almost died in Great Chu. You almost started a war between you and Shu. Isn't that wrong? Countered Yi Hongyi. Chu Maxin almost died in Guan Osprey Palace and Yi Junqing is living in Guan Osprey Palace. There's no need for Qinruo to explain to your majesty the principle of cutting weeds by the roots, right? Wang Qinruo lifted a finger to brush aside the slightly messy hair on Yi Hongyi's forehead, but Yi Hongyi abruptly stopped her. But Yao Moan is also living in Guan Osprey Palace. It's very likely that Chu Maobei will vent his anger on her. Yi Hongyi finally smelled a sour stench and took a few steps back in disgust. Her hand froze in midair and the light in Wang Qinruo's eyes gradually dimmed. Her heart felt like it had been bitten by a venomous snake. The pain was unbearable. Qinruo doesn't know anything about Yao Moan. I only know that your majesty asked Qinruo to come back. Your majesty still hopes that Qinruo can help you resolve your problems, but since Qinruo has done so, your majesty isn't happy. Since that's the case, why did your majesty ask Qinruo to come back? Wang Qinruo walked to the table with a bitter smile and picked up a silver pick to stir the candle flame. The flickering candlelight fell on Wang Qinruo's face, giving her an indescribably strange feeling. We asked you to come back to deal with Yao Sulwan. That slut is using Yao Moan's death to threaten us. If anything happens to her, the matter between Yao Moan and that bastard will be known to the world. At that time, how will we have the face to face all the officials and common people? Yi Hongyi deliberately suppressed the extreme anger in his heart and slowly walked to sit in front of Wang Qinruo. He subconsciously covered his nose with his sleeve, trying to block out that sour stench. Your majesty spoils a fool higher than the heavens, you've long lost face beyond the 9 heavens. Wang Qinruo harumphed coldly as she looked towards Yi Hongyi. The action of covering his nose with his sleeve pierced deeply into her mind. Since you know that Moan is a fool, why bother with her? The position of Empress of Great Chu will be yours sooner or later. No one will fight you for it. Yi Hongyi tried to tempt her. Chapter 205. If everyone in the world knew that the Empress of Great Chu was a woman who gave off a stench, your majesty would also lose all face, wouldn't you? Wang Qinruo's gaze was cold and gloomy as her lips curved into a smile that wasn't a smile. Qinruo, we said that we would definitely cure you, why do you need to take it to heart? Yi Hongyi's expression froze for a moment before he comforted her. Is it Qinruo who takes it to heart or is it your majesty who takes it to heart? Before Qinruo returned to the palace, your majesty moved all the smelly flowers in the greenhouse to Yihua Palace. The sandalwood incense in this incense burner has also been changed to red sandalwood that has been dyed with pollen. Is your majesty reminding Qinruo how sour and smelly she is? Wang Qinruo asked agitatedly. Why would you think that? We're doing this for your own good. Yi Hongyi's voice was clearly filled with guilt. Is that so? Then your majesty still has Qinruo in your heart. Wang Qinruo asked slowly with complicated emotions. Of course, you are irreplaceable in our heart, said Yi Hongyi firmly. Then prove it to Qinruo. Wang Qinruo suddenly got up and walked towards Yi Hongyi with light steps. Her slender hands untied the belt around her waist and with every step she took off a piece of clothing. The originally faint stench in the air gradually grew stronger. Yi Hongyi really wanted to cover his nose but in the end, he endured it. He needed Wang Qinruo's help, so he had to get by. When Wang Qinruo got close to Yi Hongyi, the soft muslin underwear slid down her smooth skin. At this moment, only a light pink tube top remained on Wang Qinruo's upper body. Qinruo. We remember that there's still. Yi Hongyi really couldn't stand that disgusting smell and was about to make an excuse to leave when Wang Qinruo stopped him. Does your majesty still remember the tattoo on Qinruo's chest? The hoarse voice spoke of the most painful thing in Wang Qinruo's heart. When the voice landed, Wang Qinruo's tube top fell to the ground. Yi Hongyi really wanted to dodge, but Wang Qinruo actually lifted Yi Hongyi's chin and forced his eyes to stare at her chest. When Yi Hongyi saw the two characters Hong and Yi tattooed on Wang Qinruo's ample bosom, as well as the oddly smelly smell, he felt his stomach churn. From the first time Qinruo saw your majesty at the age of 5, Qinruo fell in love. In order to find out what your majesty liked, Qinruo gave her favorite pearl hairpin to a little eunuch. As long as it could make your majesty happy, Qinruo was willing to do anything. Finally, when your majesty accepted Qinruo into the palace, Qinruo was overjoyed. In order to give your majesty a surprise, Qinruo used a red-hot silver needle to tattoo your majesty's name on her chest. Is that wrong? Wang Qinruo leaned close to Yi Hongyi, trying her best to smell his scent. Who would have thought that after 5 years in the palace, she was still a virgin? Ugh! Yi Hongyi couldn't endure the unpleasant smell anymore. He abruptly pushed Wang Qinruo away and ran to the pile of flowers, gasping for air. See, His Majesty still cares, doesn't he? When Wang Qinruo saw the way Yi Hongyi was avoiding her like the plague, she heard the sound of her heart breaking. Who had she gotten herself into such a stinky state for? It's not, Shen, your majesty doesn't need to say any more. Even if your majesty views Qinruo as a dreadful beast, in Qinruo's eyes, your majesty is still the man Qinruo loves the most. It's still the same, for your majesty, Qinruo is willing to do anything. Although Yao Sulwan is hard to deal with, it's not like she's impossible to deal with. Wang Qinruo calmly bent down to pick up her undergarment, then covered the two eye-catching words on her chest. If you can get rid of Yao Sulwan, this great worry, Shen will definitely reward you handsomely. Yi Hongyi took a deep breath of the flowers before he dared to approach Wang Qinruo. Since Qinruo agreed to your majesty's request to return to the palace, then everything I did was for your majesty's good. Yao Sulwan was only one of them. As for Yi Junqing, Qinruo wouldn't let him off either. Wang Qinruo straightened her clothes, then looked towards Yi Hongyi. Zhen naturally understands Qinruo's feelings towards Zhen. However, when the city gates catch fire, there's no need to bring disaster to the fish in the moat. Yao Moan is just a fool, Qinruo wouldn't hold it against her, right? Yi Hongyi looked towards Wang Qinruo probingly. The reason he had asked Wang Qinruo to return was because Yi Hongyi understood this woman far too well. Her love for him had already reached a crazy and perverted state. For him, she could die without any hesitation. The words on her chest and the sour stench on her body were the best proof of this. Back then, because he had said that he liked the smell of roses, she had tried drinking all sorts of strange things in an attempt to make her body smell like roses. Although the results were contrary to her wishes, it couldn't erase her sincerity. This sort of twisted love caused Wang Qinruo to become scheming and ruthless. The poison Chu Machine had been inflicted with was a testament to this. If it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't do anything to Yao Sulwan, Yi Hongyi wouldn't have brought Wang Qinruo back to the imperial palace. After all, Wang Qinruo's love was something he couldn't resist. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, the candles were brightly lit. Yao Moan was leaning against a table as she moved her needles. In less than 4 hours, the soft satin became a gorgeous gown. At this time, Yao Moan was embroidering the design of a flying dragon on the collar of the gown. She didn't need to embroider because she had embroidered this design more than 10 times. At the time, Zhong hadn't even been born yet, but she had already started sewing clothes for Zhong, so she could be considered very familiar with this. Yin Shue's appearance was as light as moonlight. There was no movement at all. Yin Shue kowtows in salute to master. Yin Shue stood at Yao Moan's side with a serious expression and cupped her fists. Your Majesty went to Yihua Palace. Did you hear anything? Yao Moan didn't look towards Yin Shue and focused on the movements of her hands. Yin Shue was careless. When she neared Yihua Palace, I was discovered by the palace maids and ended up fighting. Yin Shue took out 3 dragon beard needles from her sleeve and spread them in front of Yao Moan. Wang Qinruo actually has such a formidable helper. Are you injured? Yao Moan was slightly shaken when she heard this. She fastened the needles to her collar and turned to look towards Yin Shue worriedly. Many thanks for master's concern. Yin Shue is fine. Although she was discovered, Yin Shue still heard some of the conversation between Yi Hongyi and Wang Qinruo. Yi Hongyi asked if Wang Qinruo was responsible for Chu Machine's matter and she didn't refute it, replied Yin Shue indifferently. Yao Sulwan really guessed correctly. It seems that Wang Qinruo's target this time is Guan Osprey Palace. It doesn't matter if she's targeting this consort or Yi Junqin, this battle won't be easy to win. Yao Moan's brows furrowed slightly. Just based on the 2 poisons Wang Qinruo had given Chu Machine, it was clear that this person was vicious and merciless. That night, when Yin Shue was in a recess in the roof of Guan Osprey Palace, she suddenly felt someone behind her. When she turned around, she saw that her older brother was standing behind her. Older brother. Yin Shue looked towards Yin Xiong in astonishment. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. You're injured. Yin Xiong's expression was calm and his gaze was as calm as an ancient well. It was Yin Shue's carelessness. I didn't manage to catch the needles that the palace maid spat out. Fortunately, the needles weren't poisonous, otherwise Yin Shue probably wouldn't be able to see older brother again. Yin Shue smiled bitterly as a trace of darkness flashed through her eyes. This disc is for you. In the future, no matter how careless you are, dragon beard needles won't be able to injure you. Yin Xiong took out a palm-sized disc and handed it to Yin Shue. This is... Yin Shue carefully examined the disc in her hands when she suddenly felt a gust of wind. When she looked up, 3 date nails were already in front of her. In Yin Shue's moment of despair, the 3 date nails were sucked into the disc, saving her from danger. This is good stuff. Thank you, older brother. Yin Shui was astonished but also grateful. Consider it compensation for injuring you that day, Shui. A good hidden guard, Shui understands. A good hidden guard should obey master's orders. Yin Shui understood what her older brother wanted to say. In reality, she had never taken that incident to heart. Chapter 206. That's good. Yin Xiong nodded, then turned and disappeared into the night. But big brother, if Chu Maxin ordered you to kill Shui, would you do it without hesitation? Chu Maxin, who had recovered slightly, thought that he would stay in the Chu palace for a few more days, but he didn't expect that Huangfu Juanxiu would receive a secret order from Chu Mabei to immediately return to Shu. No matter how unwilling Chu Maxin was, he couldn't go against his older brother's wishes. This prince is leaving. In the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace, Chu Maxin looked at Yao Moen with anticipation. And this is already the 10th time little prince has said that. Moen knows that you're leaving, so please. Yao Moen listened patiently with a smile. This prince is really leaving. Don't you have anything to say? Chu Maxin didn't want to say it so bluntly as if he was asking for something, but he really doubted that Yao Moen's intelligence would be able to understand the true meaning behind his words. Say something. Then Moen wishes Prince a smooth journey. Yao Moen's eyes darted around as she said this seriously. Even without your wishes, this prince will still have a smooth journey. Chu Maxin finally gave up and turned around angrily. Just as Chu Maxin was about to step out of Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen suddenly spoke up. This is the first piece of clothing Moen has ever made in her life. Even after giving it away for so many days, no one wanted it. If little prince doesn't mind, you can reluctantly accept it. If you can't wear it, then just throw it away. Yao Moen took the clothes she had meticulously made from Ting Yu's hands and walked over to Chu Maxin. How ugly, said Chu Maxin angrily as he casually glanced at the clothes. Since little prince doesn't like it, then, Juanxiu, take it for this prince and give it to the servants when we get back. Chu Maxin immediately stopped Yao Moen and ordered loudly. Huangfu Juanxiu naturally understood what Chu Maxin meant and respectfully took the clothes from Yao Moen's hands. Only when Chu Maxin was far away from Guan Osprey Palace did they return to the main hall. Before the two of them could sit down, they saw Huangfu Juanxiu return. Noble consort Yao, this ice silk robe is little prince's return gift. Actually, even if little prince doesn't say it, he really likes the robe Her Highness gifted him, said Huangfu Juanxiu sincerely as he respectfully placed the ice silk robe on the table. Take good care of your little prince. Yao Moen nodded slightly. She really didn't know when they would be able to meet again after this parting. She couldn't bear to part with that brat. Don't worry, noble consort, Juanxiu will definitely take good care of the young prince. In reality, Juanxiu has already reported the matter of the young prince being poisoned to His Highness the Crown Prince. In regards to Your Highness risking your life to protect the young prince, His Highness the Crown Prince has asked Juanxiu to pass on a message to Your Highness. The future is long, and His Highness the Crown Prince will definitely repay this kindness. After Huangfu Juanxiu finished speaking, he cupped his hands and left. Only after Huangfu Juanxiu left did Yi Junqing sigh. Do you think there's something wrong with Huangfu Juanxiu's head? Yi Junqing suddenly asked. Why would Prince ask that? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing. From what she remembered, Yi Junqing rarely spoke to hurt people. If this prince remembers correctly, the one who risked his life to save Chu Maxin was this prince, right? Yi Junqing felt that Huangfu Juanxiu should be thankful that he met a prince with such high moral standards. If it was anyone else, they would definitely rush up and pull his ears to loudly ask him how bad his memory was. Ha, Prince doesn't need to care about these things. Oh right, Moen used the leftover satin to make a robe for Prince. Would Prince like it? Yao Moen glanced at Tingyu. Tingyu understood tacitly and brought the robe over to Yi Junqing. Are you sure that this is leftover satin? Yi Junqing clearly remembered that the robe he saw earlier was sky blue, while this robe was azure blue. Tingyu, take it and throw it away. Yao Moen's face turned red as she said this in embarrassment. Ahem, the color isn't bad. This prince will take it back and try it. Before Tingyu could turn around, Yi Junqing immediately stood up to take the robe and quickly walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Moen's lips curved bitterly as she watched Yi Junqing's figure fade out of her sight. The heavens really knew how to joke around. The person Yi Junqing loved was clearly her, but he didn't know. She had fallen in love with Yi Junqing, but she couldn't let him know. How comical. This was what they meant by a freak combination of factors. Master, this subordinate saw that Wang Qinruo had gone to Pure Flower's palace. Yin Shui interrupted Yao Moen's sigh. It was Yi Hongyi who told Wang Qinruo to return to the imperial palace, but now she's gone to look for Yao Sulwan. Interesting. Yao Moen nodded slightly, then dismissed Yin Shui. Tingyu, come take a walk with this consort. Yao Moen got up leisurely and walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. Inside Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan was sitting at the table eating pastries when her brows suddenly furrowed and she flipped over the porcelain plate. What's this smell? Why is it so smelly? You didn't check it first before giving it to this consort to eat. Yao Sulwan looked towards Mingyu angrily. Ever since Yao Moen had ruthlessly taught her a lesson last time, Yao Sulwan's mood had always been terrible. Replying, Your Highness, this servant checked it. When I brought it here, there wasn't this smell. Replied Mingyu apprehensively. She had been in Pure Flower's palace for a while now. And Bing Shan hadn't expected Yao Sulwan to be in such dire straits. He had once mentioned transferring her out of Pure Flower's palace, but she had managed to convince him otherwise. Because of what Yao Moen had said, she decided to stay. As for suffering some grievances, she didn't care. How could that be? It's getting more and more smelly. Could it be that you stepped on dog poop on your way back? Yao Sulwan retreated a few steps in disgust and reflexively looked towards Mingyu's feet. In any case, consortly is a consort, so how could you speak so harshly? This consort feels that there's nothing wrong with this smell. There seems to be a faint rose fragrance as well. Fire Phoenix, don't you think so? Before Mingyu could react, Wang Qinruo was already standing outside Pure Flower's palace, her clear and cold eyes as calm as a lake. Cough cough, subject consort Yao Sulwan kowtows in salute to consort Shu. When Yao Sulwan saw that it was Wang Qinruo, she naturally didn't dare to slight her and immediately went forward to salute. However, the closer she got to Wang Qinruo, the stronger the sour smell became, causing Yao Sulwan to cough uncontrollably. If Consort Li's health isn't good, you should invite more imperial physicians. It wouldn't be good if you infected others. Wang Qinruo glanced coldly at Yao Sulwan before slowly walking into the hall. As Wang Qinruo moved, the smell also dispersed. Only then did Yao Sulwan figure out the source of the smell. However, when Wang Qinruo had left half a year ago, there hadn't been this smell on her. It was hard to imagine what had happened to Wang Qinruo in the past half a year. Sulwan will have the imperial physicians come later. Mingyu, hurry and serve tea to Consort Shu. Given Yao Sulwan's current situation, she actually didn't need to be too respectful towards Wang Qinruo. She had already thoroughly offended His Majesty, so why would she need to be afraid of a consort? She was only acting this way because she wanted to know if Wang Qinruo was someone she could use. There's no need. This consort isn't used to drinking the tea here. This consort has come to discuss matters regarding Guan Osprey Palace with Consort Li. Is it convenient for Consort Li? Asked Wang Qinruo coldly. Her face was as cold as the surface of a lake in winter. Mingyu, go to the imperial kitchen and prepare some pastries. Yao Suwan was secretly delighted when she heard this. She immediately dismissed Mingyu. When Wang Qinruo saw that Yao Suwan was looking towards Huofeng, she snorted disdainfully. You can't even trust the people by your side. Consort Li's life is truly difficult. When Yao Suwan saw that Wang Qinruo didn't have any intention of having Huofeng leave, she suddenly missed Kaiying. Thanks to the master of Guan Osprey Palace, Suwan's life is indeed a bit difficult. Yao Suwan had a bitter expression as she sat across from Wang Qinruo in a self-mocking manner. Chapter 207. This consort still doesn't know when Consort Li offended the esteemed prince. As Wang Qinruo spoke, she took a dark green plant from Fire Phoenix's hands and started chewing on it. Even if Suwan had the chance, she wouldn't have the ability to offend the esteemed prince. Suwan is talking about Yao Moen. Yao Suwan immediately corrected her. She forcibly lowered the arm she was about to raise. Even if the smell made her head hurt, she had to endure it. That can't be. Even if Yao Moen wasn't an idiot, there's no way she would make things difficult for you. Aren't you her second older sister? Wang Qinruo looked towards Yao Suwan disapprovingly, her eyes full of doubt. Although family scandals shouldn't be aired in public, Suwan has always viewed Consort Shu as family. There are some things that have to be said. Everyone knows that Yao Moen is an idiot, but that's all an act. In reality, she's more sinister and cunning than anyone else. Ever since she entered the palace, she first used schemes to sow discord between Suwan and Consort Qin, causing Suwan to be demoted from Imperial Gui Fei to Fei, which was 2 ranks lower than her. Old General Huan also lost his military power because of Consort Qin. Then Consort Xian, Yu Funing, went missing, and then Consort De, Xia Xin, was hanged in Ordnance Palace. All of these have been orchestrated by Yao Moen. Your Highness, Suwan is truly worried about your Highness's safety. Yao Suwan looked towards Wang Qinruo worriedly as tears welled up in her eyes. Isn't Consort Li a bit too exaggerated? How could a single Yao Moen have this kind of ability? Wang Qinruo glanced at Yao Suwan and felt a bit gratified. If even an idiot could capture Yi Hongyi's heart, then how could she endure it? Your Imperial Highness, don't forget that the esteemed prince is also living in Guan Osprey Palace. The esteemed prince has always been able to devise strategies and determine victory from 1,000 miles away. With him helping Yao Moen, it wouldn't be strange for Yao Moen to have this kind of ability. That day when Yao Moen had beaten her face into a pig's head, Yi Junqing had seen it so clearly but had ignored it. It was clear that they were in cahoots a long time ago. The esteemed prince really hasn't changed. Back then, he openly admired Yao Moxin, but now, he's secretly protecting Yao Moen. He can't have fallen in love with Yao Moen, right? Wang Qinruo originally hated Yao Moxin to the core. Only when she found out the truth of Yao Moxin's death did her hatred disappear. She finally understood that Yi Hongyi didn't love Yao Moxin at all. He couldn't even tolerate her child. This was a very satisfying thing. Yao Moen is Yao Moxin's younger sister. It's not impossible that the esteemed prince fell in love with someone else. Yao Suwan nodded firmly. If this consort remembers correctly, Consort Li is also Yao Moxin's younger sister. Wang Qinruo glanced at Yao Suwan out of the corner of her eye. Suwan always remembers that she is His Majesty's imperial concubine. Suwan would never do such an immoral thing. Yao Suwan hurriedly clarified. And, it's best if Consort Li thinks that way. Anyone in the inner palace who does something immoral will definitely meet a miserable end. Yao Moshin is the best example, said Wang Qinruo meaningfully. Yao Imo Axian. She died in childbirth. That's quite a tragic end. Yao Sulwan's heart shook as she replied. She died in childbirth. Wang Qinruo looked towards Yao Sulwan in confusion. What else did Consort Shu think? Yao Sulwan had always believed that there were only two people in this world who knew the truth. Yao Moan, that was only three. Furthermore, Yao Moan would definitely not spread the truth for her own sake. Oh, then this consort must have remembered wrongly. Huifeng, help this consort back. I've been out for so long and my body is very tired. Wang Qinruo's eyes flickered as she got up to leave. Sulwan respectfully sends Consort Shu off. After Wang Qinruo left, Yao Sulwan immediately called for Mingyu. Cough cough. Hurry and open all the windows. Yao Sulwan covered her nose with both hands as she choked on the sour stench. Tears flowed out of her eyes. Everyone knew that Yao Moshin had died in childbirth, but Wang Qinruo had actually said that she had remembered wrongly. Had she really remembered wrongly, or was there something else going on? Yao Sulwan's brows were tightly knitted as she felt uneasy. Although Yi Hongyi appeared to be helpless against her on the surface, he was definitely thinking of ways to dig out the person she had entrusted her to. Furthermore, Wang Qinruo had been called back by him at this time and had come to Pure Flower's palace on the second day. This couldn't be a coincidence. After leaving Pure Flower's palace, Huifeng hurried over to her master's side. Replying, Your Highness, the person who was eavesdropping that day wasn't in Pure Flower's palace, replied Huifeng. This consort had expected that. With Yao Sulwan's current dire state, how could she afford to raise such a formidable person? Wang Qinruo laughed coldly. At the time, Yao Sulwan had also been an imperial guifei. She had thought that Yi Hongyi more or less liked her, but now it seemed that His Majesty's feelings towards Yao Sulwan were only a so-so. If that was the case, then His Majesty's feelings towards Yao Sulwan were probably just temporary amusement. She still had a chance. Since it wasn't Yao Sulwan's subordinate, which palace could that person be in? Asked Huifeng worriedly. That person's martial arts weren't weak. At the time, she had merely caught him off guard. If they had really fought, she might not have been able to win. There will come a day when a fox will reveal its tail. Let's just wait. Right now, this consort really wants to meet that Yao Sulwan. According to Yao Sulwan is just pretending to be stupid. This consort really wants to see just how good her acting is. Wang Qinruo's eyes turned cold as her lips curved in a mischievous smile. Your Highness. There's someone in Pure Flower's palace. When Huifeng saw that the palace doors were wide open, she cautiously moved in front of Wang Qinruo. When she cautiously stepped through the palace doors, she heard laughter coming from inside. Master, let's leave. This isn't Guan Osprey Palace and Shu Fei Fei isn't here either. It wouldn't be good for us to stay here any longer. Tingyu tried to pull Yao Sulwan, but Yao Sulwan shook her off. No. There are so many flowers here, they're so fragrant. I haven't stayed long enough yet. Tingyu, hurry and look, this one is so beautiful. As Yao Sulwan spoke, she didn't even think twice before snapping the peony in front of her and casually sticking it into her hair. How can we do that? Your Highness, this is honored consort Shu's flower, how can you pluck it? Tingyu revealed a troubled expression. Just as she was about to step forward, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind her. She immediately turned around and saw Wang Qinruo standing in front of her. This servant greets Empress Shu. Tingyu hurriedly went forward to pay her respects. Suddenly, she smelled a strange smell, but before she could open her mouth, she heard her master's complaint. What is that smell? It stinks. Yao Moan furrowed her brows and turned around, her clear eyes landing on Wang Qinruo. You stink. You didn't shower. Yao Imo covered her nose with both hands without the slightest hesitation. Then she retreated several steps and hid among the flowers. How dare you! Flaming Phoenix hadn't expected that the person before her would speak so rudely, and she was just about to step forward when she was stopped by Ting Yu. Consort Shu has just returned to the palace, so you must find this servant unfamiliar. This servant's name is Ting Yu. This servant hasn't been in the palace for long and has been serving in Guan Osprey Palace the entire time. Ting Yu was implying that the person behind her was Guan Osprey Palace's noble consort Yao. So it's noble consort Yao. Qinruo greets noble consort Yao. Wang Qinruo restrained the coldness in her eyes and smiled lightly as she walked forward to pay her respects. Don't walk over. Ting Yu, let her out, I'm about to suffocate to death. Yao Moan waved her hands fiercely at Wang Qinruo as if she'd seen a ghost. Then she took a deep breath at a rose. Her expression was so exaggerated that even Ting Yu blushed. Noble consort Yao, you should conduct yourself with dignity. Flaming Phoenix's eyes were sharp. Even if her master smelled, even His Majesty didn't make it so obvious. How am I not conducting myself? Why aren't you giving her a bath? Ting Yu, quickly go get some water for her to wash, she's so smelly. Yao Moan never expected that Wang Qinruo's body would have such a bad smell. Back then, as the Empress, she often came into contact with Wang Qinruo, but she didn't know that she had this kind of illness. Chapter 208. You're going too far. Fire Phoenix's gaze turned cold. Just as she was about to attack, Wang Qinruo stopped her. If noble consort Yao doesn't like it, you can leave. When Wang Qinruo saw the pure and innocent face in front of her, she really couldn't think of the word scheming. But why would Yao Mo want to appear in Yihua Palace? This was thought-provoking. Alright, I can leave, but you have to retreat first, far away. Yao Imo Wan nodded fiercely. Doesn't noble consort Yao feel that you're going too far? This is Yihua Palace, it's already wrong of you to enter without an invitation. Now you want this consort to leave. Of course, if noble consort Yao is really that stupid, this consort won't bicker with you. Ting Yu, hurry and take your master away. No matter how magnanimous Wang Qinruo was, she couldn't tolerate Yao Mo Wan talking about her smell again and again. Especially since she didn't think of herself as a magnanimous person. Nyang Nyang, come back with this servant. Ting Yu knew that she was being unreasonable and immediately walked to Yao Mo Wan's side to pull her out. She's just standing there, how am I supposed to leave? Yao Mo Wan shook her head fiercely, her hands still covering her nose. Right at this time, and Bingshan's voice suddenly came from outside. Before he finished speaking, Yi Hongyi had already walked in. So painful. Wah wah. Almost at the same time, Yao Mo Wan suddenly gripped her left wrist, tears pouring out. Mo Wan. When he saw Yao Mo Wan's conflicted expression, Yi Hongyi suddenly pushed aside Wang Qinruo who was in front of him and rushed over. Nyang Nyang. Fortunately, Fire Phoenix was supporting her. Otherwise, Wang Qinruo would have fallen to the ground. Seeing Yi Hongyi rush over to Yao Mo Wan's side, Wang Qinruo's heart ached. Your Majesty, Wan's wrist hurts. Yao Mo Wan looked at Yi Hongyi tearfully as she sobbed incessantly, feeling extremely wronged. Yi Hongyi lowered his gaze. When his gaze fell on Yao Mo Wan's wrist, he saw 3 drops of blood. Waner, don't be afraid. Yi Hongyi's heart suddenly turned cold. His fingers exerted strength and abruptly landed on Yao Mo Wan's arm. With a poochie sound, 3 silver needles shot out from Yao Mo Wan's wrist. Yi Hongyi's eyes and hands were quick. With a flick of his sleeve, he caught the 3 silver needles. Woo-woo, it hurts, it hurts. Yao Moen was sobbing like a pear blossom in the rain. It's all right, I'll bring you back. Yi Hongyi's heart ached as he carried Yao Moen. He'd only taken 1 step when he saw Yao Moen cover her nose with both hands despite the pain in her wrists. Your Majesty, have her leave, it's so smelly. Yao Moen's face was pressed tightly against Yi Hongyi's chest as she looked towards Yi Hongyi pleadingly. Empress Shu, withdraw for now, said Yi Hongyi without the slightest hesitation. Your Majesty. This kind of order was a great insult to Wang Qinruo. Withdraw for now. Yi Hongyi's gaze abruptly turned cold, his voice so cold that there wasn't a trace of warmth in it. Her heart was as cold as ice. Wang Qinruo swallowed hard and forced herself not to cry. She retreated step by step until she left Yihua Palace. As she watched Yi Hongyi carry Yao Moen away, Wang Qinruo's tears finally fell like raindrops. Your Highness, how could His Majesty treat you like this? Who are you doing this for? Roared Huofeng angrily. What happened just now? Wang Qinruo took a deep breath and forced her tears back. This servant was just helping you up, so I didn't see clearly. However, this servant is certain that the person who was eavesdropping in Yihua Palace came here, said Huofeng confidently. Yao Moen really isn't stupid. Wang Qinruo clenched her teeth as a cold light leaked out of her eyes. In Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Hongyi comforted Yao Moen for a long time before leaving. Your Highness, are you all right? Asked Yin Shui guiltily as she looked at Yao Moen's wrist. I'm fine, the one who's in trouble now is Huofeng. Yao Moen glanced at the 3 needle holes on her wrist and smiled leisurely. Forgive this subordinate for speaking out of turn, but Your Highness's plan will definitely let Wang Qinruo guess that Your Highness isn't stupid. Yin Shui looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. Even if Ben Consort didn't use this plan, she would still be suspicious. Do you think Yao Sulwan would say anything good about Ben Consort in front of her? Rather than making her waste her efforts to probe, it's better to skip this step. This consort is called returning the favor. It can also be considered as turning back the situation where Chu Machine was poisoned. Yao Moen's lips curved into a smile that was like a spring breeze. Her slightly narrowed phoenix eyes contained a calm and resolute light. Inside Yihua Palace, Wang Qinruo accepted the bitter tea that Huofeng passed over and gradually calmed down. Right at this moment, Yi Hongyi suddenly appeared at the entrance of Yihua Palace and walked straight towards Huofeng, striking her chest with a palm. Huofeng was caught off guard and her body crashed heavily to the ground like a butterfly with broken wings. Blood sprayed out. Lowly slave. Even so, Yi Hongyi still hadn't vented his anger. When he tried to move forward again, he was stopped by Wang Qinruo. Your Majesty! What is the meaning of this? Wang Qinruo looked towards Yi Hongyi angrily. All these years, no matter if she was happy or sad, Huofeng had always been by her side. She had practically become her family. She still remembered that after Huofeng had been bought by her father, she had started to train hard in order to protect herself. Over 20 years, Huofeng had sacrificed too much for her. Now that she saw Huofeng being beaten to the point of vomiting blood, how could Wang Qinruo remain indifferent? What a good slave you taught. Yi Hongyi abruptly threw the 3 dragon beard needles on the table, his eyes surging with anger. Qinruo had Huofeng do this. Qinruo truly regrets not having Huofeng directly stab these 3 dragon beard needles into Yao Moen's throat. Wang Qinruo's eyes were like ice as they met Yi Hongyi's pitch-black eyes. How dare you! Yi Hongyi suddenly raised his hand. Since Your Majesty invited Qinruo back, you should know that this would happen. Qinruo loves Your Majesty with her life, so how could she tolerate Your Majesty having someone else in your heart? Wang Qinruo's words were as cold as ice. When Yi Hongyi saw those dark and cold eyes, he actually felt a bit fearful. He couldn't help but lower his hand. Qinruo, Shen already said that Yao Moan is only an idiot. Why do you need to be jealous of her? Do you really think Shen is stupid enough to make a fool empress? The only one who can sleep with Shen after death is you. Yi Hongyi restrained the anger in his eyes and his voice gradually eased. However, an absolute chill rose from the bottom of his heart. This kind of crazy woman shouldn't live in this world, Yi Hongyi thought. Sleep with her after death. So your majesty had already arranged a place for Qinruo to go. Wang Qinruo's beautiful eyes lowered slightly as bitterness flashed across her lips. What are you thinking about? That's right, Shen heard that you went to Pure Flower's palace. How was it? Did Yao Sulwan say anything? Yi Hongyi subconsciously rubbed his nose as he asked seriously. Qinruo has her own arrangements for Yao Sulwan, so your majesty doesn't need to worry. As for Yao Moan, your majesty better keep your eyes open. How could Yao Moxin's younger sister be an idiot? Who would believe that? Wang Qinruo harumphed coldly, then turned to help the heavily injured Wu Feng up. Shen doesn't want to discuss Moan's matters with you. In the entire inner palace, you can touch anyone but her. Yi Hongyi didn't believe that Wang Qinruo was reminding him at all. In Yi Hongyi's eyes, all the women who slandered Yao Moan in front of him did so out of jealousy, especially Wang Qinruo. Chapter 209. Your majesty has already said it so clearly. Qinruo will obey. Wang Qinruo helped Fire Phoenix to a chair and didn't look at Yi Hongyi anymore. We will call the imperial physician over. After saying this, Yi Hongyi left in fear. Even with the fragrance of the flowers, the sour stench still made it hard for him to breathe. Wang Qinruo smiled bitterly as she watched Yi Hongyi leave. Fire Phoenix, did Ben Gong love the wrong person? This was the first time Wang Qinruo questioned her master. Fire Phoenix looked at her master worriedly. Even if she loved the wrong person, she had already loved for over 20 years. It had already become a habit. She didn't want to persuade her because she had already said those words countless times. The result was always the same. When love seeped deep into the bones, who could tell right from wrong? In the next few days, people suddenly spread the news that Yao Moxin hadn't died from dystocia, but had died in the cold palace. Shen will ask you again. Who exactly did you hear that the empress died in the cold palace? Speak. In the imperial study, Yi Hongyi glared angrily at the young eunuch who was beaten black and blue. His veins bulged as if they were about to explode. Your Majesty, please spare my life. This servant heard it from eunuch Li of the imperial kitchen, Nurse Do from the garment department, and the palace maids from the yetting department were all spreading this news. Your Majesty, please spare my life. The little eunuch dragged his bloodied body as he crawled towards the dragon table and begged in fear. Guards! Drag him away and behead him. Behead him. Yi Hongyi slammed the table and roared. No, Your Majesty. No. This servant won't dare again. Your Majesty, spare me. No matter how that young eunuch begged, he couldn't escape the fate of being beheaded. Your Majesty, please calm down. This old servant will deal with those servants who spread rumors. And Bing Shan saw that Yi Hongyi was furious and immediately offered a plan. Yes. Behead them all. Cut off all their tongues. Yi Hongyi roared crazily. And Bing Shan turned after receiving the order. He guessed that there was definitely something fishy about Yao Moxin's death. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't be so flustered. Just as Bing Shan was about to step out of the imperial study, he was suddenly called back by Yi Hongyi. Wait, you can't. You can't enter Yihua Palace. Yi Hongyi forced himself to calm down. If he killed those people who were passing on the message, it would be the same as revealing his intentions. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was sitting on the chaise lounge and playing with Fluffy when she suddenly heard a commotion outside. Get lost. This consort wants to see Yao Moen. Yao Moen. Come out. The noisy voice disturbed Yao Mo Wan's mood. Ting Yu, let her in. Yao Moen had just opened her mouth when she heard the palace doors being kicked open with a bang. Fluffy was so frightened that she scurried behind the chaise longue. Second older sister scared Fluffy. Fluffy, be good. It's not like it's a tiger, what are you afraid of? Yao Moen didn't care about Yao Sulwan's ashen face as she softly coaxed Fluffy. Yao Mo Wan, how dare you? If Yao Moshin's death was known to the world, do you think His Majesty would still treat you like this? Spreading this kind of rumor, you're simply destroying yourself, you idiot. Yao Sulwan's sinister eyes carried a bloodthirsty glint as she glared fiercely at Yao Moen. The rumor only said that eldest sister died in the cold palace, but didn't mention how eldest sister died, right? Said Yao Moen indifferently. So what? His Majesty has already gone crazy. Just now, he even dragged a little eunuch who was passing on the message to the imperial study. Yao Sulwan took a step forward and roared in a low voice. And that little eunuch was already beheaded by His Majesty half a cup of tea ago. What a sin, said Yao Moen regretfully. You also know that it's a sin. Who knows how many people are going to lose their heads because of this matter. Yao Sulwan hated Yao Moen to the extreme. Yao Moen's expression was calm as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Moen really isn't used to hearing these words coming from second older sister's mouth. If one didn't know better, they would think that second older sister was Guanyin Bodhisattva who saved people from suffering. Yao Moen looked at Yao Sulwan with disdain and snorted disdainfully. Yao Moen. You still have the heart to be sarcastic here. Even if you hate Ben Gong, those people are innocent. If they lose their heads because of your rumor, then what difference is there between you and Ben Gong? Yao Sulwan's eyes widened in anger, but there was a faint trace of fear and dread in the depths of her eyes. Yao Moen slowly got up without saying anything. Her eyes abruptly turned cold and those two eyes that were like midnight seemed to meet Yao Sulwan's gaze. The biggest difference between Moen and second older sister is that when facing her enemies, Moen will be even more vicious, even more heartless, and even more unscrupulous than second older sister. Just as second older sister said, the only person Moen wants to take revenge on is second older sister. She definitely wouldn't implicate the innocent, so this rumor wasn't spread by Moen. Yao Moen enunciated each word clearly. When Yao Sulwan saw Yao Moen's vortex-like black eyes, she subconsciously retreated, her heart beating faster. It wasn't spread by you. Then who could it be? Yao Sulwan's voice clearly lowered as she looked towards Yao Moen in shock. Is it that hard to guess? Yao Moen withdrew the coldness in her eyes and looked towards Yao Sulwan playfully. It's Yi Hongyi. Yao Sulwan had no clue at all. She had always believed that there were only 3 people who knew the truth. Second older sister really is silly and adorable. If Yi Hongyi was the one who spread this, then his head must have been kicked by a donkey. Yao Moen covered her lips as she giggled, not hiding the ridicule in her voice at all. Then who could it be? It's impossible for a third person to know. Yao Sulwan had gone crazy as she questioned sternly. If it wasn't for His Majesty's decree, would Wang Qinruo have moved back to the imperial palace? Has second older sister ever wondered why His Majesty would allow such a stinky woman to return to the imperial palace? Yao Moen hit the nail on the head. Wang Qinruo. That's impossible. Her target is Guan Osprey Palace. Yao Sulwan disagreed. Think about it carefully. Yao Moan shook her head and walked over to the table. She poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Yao Sulwan. It's Ben Gong. But the person who poisoned Chu Machine is definitely her. Once Chu Machine dies, the one who will suffer will definitely be you. Yao Sulwan's brows were tightly knitted as her mind was in chaos. That was her own idea, not His Majesty's. It doesn't matter if she's jealous of Ben Gong or because of the esteemed prince, it doesn't matter if she's working for His Majesty. Yao Moan sighed. Had Yao Sulwan gone stupid? Her intelligence was clearly lower than before. If she's working for His Majesty, then she definitely shouldn't have spread this kind of rumor. Yao Sulwan's expression was firm. If she hadn't spread this kind of rumor, then you would never have waited for an opportunity to make a move, nor would you have taken the initiative to contact the person hiding in the shadows. Moan really doesn't like talking to second older sister more and more. I'll have to trouble second older sister to bring your brain with you the next time you come. Yao Moan shook her head in disappointment. With this kind of intelligence, how much longer could Yao Sulwan play with her for? Right at this time, the door was suddenly pushed open and Yi Junqing rushed in with a serious expression. Machine's death. When he saw Yao Sulwan, Yi Junqing instantly fell silent, but he couldn't hide the anxiety and doubt in his eyes. Ben Gong advises you not to walk down Yao Machine's old path. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yao Sulwan harumphed coldly before turning to leave. When she passed by Yi Junqing, a trace of gloominess flashed through her heart. The moment the palace doors closed, Yi Junqing rushed in front of Yao Moan. Why did the people outside say that Machine died in the cold palace? Didn't she die from a difficult birth? Just what kind of secret is behind this? Yi Junqing's brows were tightly knitted. The anxiety and unease in his eyes stabbed at Yao Moan's heart. Prince is too sensitive. Just hearing the wind makes it rain. There have always been rumors in the imperial palace, so it's not strange for this kind of rumor to be spreading now. Yao Moan quickly sorted out her emotions as she spoke indifferently. Chapter 210. This prince wants to know the truth. This prince wants to know the truth. Yi Junqing's gaze was heavy as he enunciated each word coldly. The truth is that eldest sister died from a difficult birth, replied Yao Moan calmly. This prince also hoped that this was the truth. Even after encountering that palace maid from the cold palace, after seeing Nurse Sun, Eunuch Zheng, and Yun Er's corpses hanging in Changle Palace, after hearing these rumors from who knows where. But this prince knows that this prince has been deceiving himself and others this entire time. Difficult birth? If Machine died from a difficult birth, then all the imperial doctors in the imperial hospital should be beheaded. This prince is deceiving myself because this prince is afraid of the truth. I'm afraid of finding out how miserable Machine died. Yao Moan didn't know how to retort when she saw the tears flickering in Yi Junqing's eyes. She didn't have the strength to retort. Prince. Yao Moan thought that she should at least say something. You don't need to say anything. This prince doesn't want to listen to you this time. This prince wants to find out the truth myself. This prince only asks that you don't interfere. Yi Junqing's eyes flickered with bone-piercing sorrow as he turned to leave Guan Osprey Palace. This time, he had made up his mind. Yao Moan's lips curved into a bitter smile as she watched Yi Junqing's cold and lonely figure fade out of her sight. Was the truth really that important? So important that he'd forgotten his own situation. Inside Yihua Palace, Wang Qinruo frowned as she looked at the deep green soup in her hands. Your Highness. How about you stop drinking it? Suggested Fire Phoenix worriedly when she saw her master's pained expression. Perhaps if I drink it, this consort won't stink anymore. Wang Qinruo lifted the porcelain bowl expectantly, but before she could even take a sip, she heard in Bingshan's voice. Your Majesty. Just as Wang Qinruo was about to get up, she saw Yi Hongyi stride forward and snatch the porcelain bowl from her hands. He smashed it onto the ground, causing the green soup to splatter all over the floor. This was the medicine she had painstakingly concocted for several nights. What kind of play is your Majesty putting on? Qinruo doesn't understand. Wang Qinruo held back her tears and didn't get up. She just looked towards Yi Hongyi coldly. You were the one who spread the rumors. Why? I didn't ask you to come back to make trouble for me. If you don't have the ability to deal with Yao Sulwan, then scram back to the villa. Yi Hongyi's words were like thorns, mercilessly stabbing Wang Qinruo's heart. The rumor was spread by Qinruo. If it wasn't for this, Yao Sulwan wouldn't have felt a sense of danger and wouldn't have gone to find the person she entrusted her with for no reason at all. The reason why His Majesty is controlled by Yao Sulwan is because he's afraid of the slightest thing. Furthermore, the rumor only says that Yao Maxin died in the Cold Palace. It doesn't mention why she was in the Cold Palace, and no one knows how she died. Why is your Majesty so anxious? Wang Qinruo wiped the remaining green juice on the table with her finger and licked it lightly. It was really bitter, as if the bitterness had reached her heart. You've been in the harem for a long time, so you should know how scary rumors are. Although you didn't explain the cause and effect, and you didn't mention me at all, those who spread the news will definitely have their own imagination. By that time, the things that spread will have already changed beyond recognition. Do you have a way to stop them? Yi Hongyi didn't think much of it. As long as we take care of Yao Sulwan and push the blame for the Empress' death on her, the rumors will naturally die down. In the depths of the palace, there are too many examples of sisters fighting for favor and becoming enemies. No one will doubt it. Wang Qinruo used a silk handkerchief to wipe away the green juice on her fingertips as she spoke of her backup plan. That's right, why didn't we think of that? Beloved concubine is still the wisest and far-sighted one. What is this? Yi Hongyi's anger turned to joy. Only now did he notice the thick green medicinal soup on the ground. This is... At the side, Fire Phoenix was about to speak but was stopped by Wang Qinruo. The Imperial Kitchen's mung bean cakes are a bit choking. It's much better after soaking in water, replied Wang Qinruo indifferently. So it's like that. And Bingshan, have the Imperial Kitchen make some crystal pastries and send them to Yihua Palace, ordered Yi Hongyi. Qinruo thanks your Majesty. There's no need for you to be so courteous with us. After you take care of Yao Sulwan in a few days, we'll definitely prepare a banquet for you. At that time, invite Grand Tutor Wang as well. Yi Hongyi's brows relaxed, no longer as sinister as when he first arrived. When Yi Hongyi left, Fire Phoenix's tears began to pour out. Your Majesty is too excessive. Nyang Nyang spent an entire night brewing this medicinal soup. As soon as His Majesty entered, he spilled it without saying a word. Nyang Nyang, why didn't you let this servant say it? Complained Fire Phoenix, choked with sobs. So what if I said it? It's rare that His Majesty didn't even notice the smell on Ben Gong's body. If you said it, it would be ruining His Majesty's mood. Wang Qinruo slowly crouched down to pick up the broken pieces on the ground. She put the green juice inside into her mouth as tears swirled in her eyes. Perhaps this medicine was effective, but she couldn't let it go to waste. Nyang Nyang. Fire Phoenix hurriedly went forward to help Wang Qinruo pick up the broken pieces, tears rolling down her face. Right at this time, Fire Phoenix abruptly raised her eyes and saw Yao Moen standing at the palace doors. Nyang Nyang, it's Yao Moen. Fire Phoenix spoke in a low voice, annoyed at herself for being too careless. She actually didn't notice Yao Moen walk in. When Wang Qinruo heard this, she abruptly got up and returned to her seat. Her cheeks were crimson and her eyes were filled with unconcealable embarrassment. Fire Phoenix, close the doors. Ben Gong doesn't welcome idiots here. Wang Qinruo ordered sullenly. Fire Phoenix naturally obeyed and walked forward with large strides to push Yao Moen out. Yin Shui. Yao Moen's expression was calm, but her heart seemed to be ringing. What did she just see? That vicious and ruthless Wang Qinruo was actually as humble as a grain of sand in front of Yi Hongyi, completely losing herself. Under Yao Moen's command, Yin Shui, who was hiding in the dark, blocked Hu Feng's hands and stood in front of Yao Moen. She had long wanted to compete with Hu Feng and take revenge for the 3 dragon beard needles that day. You're finally willing to show yourself. Fire Phoenix narrowed her eyes and flew forward to fight with Yin Shui. Meanwhile, Yao Moen stepped into Yi Hua Palace without any obstructions. You're not pretending to be an idiot anymore. Wang Qinruo quickly adjusted her mood and looked towards Yao Moen indifferently. It's obvious. Yao Moen pursed her lips and slowly walked to sit in front of Wang Qinruo. After seeing that scene, Yao Moen had a different thought in her mind. Originally, she wanted to tell Wang Qinruo that although her plan was good, she had just reminded Yao Sulwan, so Wang Qinruo might not be able to get what she wanted. It's rare that noble consort Yao is willing to see people with your true appearance. I hope the smell on Ben Gong doesn't spoil noble consort Yao's mood. If noble consort Yao minds, you can go over to the pile of flowers over there to talk. Wang Qinruo seemed to deliberately straighten her clothes as she spoke coldly. At this time, Yin Shui had already sealed Fire Phoenix's acupoints and respectfully walked back to stand behind Yao Moen. I truly didn't expect that Xu Fei would have such an expert by her side. Yao Moen praised sincerely. Even if it's Fire Phoenix, she wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against your people. If you want to praise yourself, then just say it. There's no need to use Ben Gong's people as an example. Wang Qinruo didn't feel that Yao Moen's words contained much sincerity. If you knew Yin Shui's abilities, then you wouldn't think that way. Cough cough, actually, Ben Gong does have a way to get rid of the smell on Xu Fei's body. Yao Moen choked on the smell and coughed a few times. As she spoke, her eyes seemed to inadvertently glance over at Fire Phoenix. When she saw the light in Fire Phoenix's eyes, Yao Moen's lips curved into a faint smile. Ben Gong doesn't think it's bad. Wang Qinruo refused almost without hesitation. Not only did she not believe that Yao Moen had this ability, but even if she did, she definitely wouldn't accept this kind of charity. It seems that Ben Gong was thinking too much. Yao Moen sighed lightly and slowly got up. Chapter 211. You're leaving. Wang Qinruo looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. She couldn't figure out why Yao Moen had come. Oh, there's one more thing. Actually, Xu Fei doesn't need to treat Moen like an enemy. In Moen's eyes, Yi Hongyi isn't worth a single coin. Yao Moen's lips curled into a smile. However, the disdain in her eyes pierced Wang Qinruo's heart. Not worth a single coin. That man who weighed 1,000 pounds in her heart was actually so worthless to Yao Moen. She really didn't know if the heavens were playing a joke on her. Yi Hongyi actually held this kind of woman in his hands and kept her in his mouth. How he treated you in vain. Wang Qinruo's gaze was cold. How you treated him in vain. Yao Moen's simple words caused Wang Qinruo to be speechless. Her face was pale as snow. When Yao Moen left, she ordered Yin Shui to unseal Fire Phoenix's acupoints. Nyang Nyang, are you alright? Seeing Wang Qinruo weakly leaning against the chair, her eyes lifeless, Fire Phoenix hurried over and asked worriedly. If it wasn't for this smell, would His Majesty treat this consort a little better? Fire Phoenix, this consort doesn't ask for anything else. I just hope that his eyes can see this consort's existence. Wang Qinruo felt as if she was clutching onto a life-saving straw. She clutched onto the Fire Phoenix tightly as tears welled up in her eyes. He definitely will. Fire Phoenix was deceiving herself. If His Majesty had had eyes for Master back then Master wouldn't have randomly tested the perfume and ended up like this. But what could she say? If there was no hope, how could Master continue living? That night, Yao Mo Wan removed her makeup and freshened up. She left Tingyu and sat down at the table before summoning Yin Shui. Master is waiting for someone, asked Yin Shui as she landed next to Yao Mo Wan. It's already so late, Shu Fei should be sleeping. Yao Mo Wan flicked the candle wick lightly. Right at this moment, a gust of wind blew past. Yin Shui was just about to step forward when Yao Mo Wan stopped her. Ben Gong was waiting for her. Yao Mo Wan's lips curved slightly when she saw the gloomy expression on Fire Phoenix's face. You guessed that I would come. Then have you guessed the purpose of Huofeng's visit? Huofeng lifted her brows as she looked towards Yao Moan, her eyes shining with vigilance. The smell on Wang Qinruo's body is truly disgusting. It must have been hard for you to endure it for so long. Yao Moan sighed as she leaned back in her chair and lazily placed her hand on the edge of the table. Don't you dare insult my master. Fire Phoenix glared at him. If you're the same as your master and view Ben Gong as your enemy, then it'll be very difficult for us to continue this conversation. Yao Moan sighed in relief. Just as she was about to get up, she saw Huofeng suddenly kneel on the ground. I beg Her Highness to remove the smell on my master's body. Fire Phoenix said mournfully, banging her head on the ground. Get up. Even if Wang Qinruo met a bad man and fell in love with a man she shouldn't have, at least she still had such a loyal servant. The heavens didn't mistreat her. If your highness doesn't agree, then Fire Phoenix will kneel without getting up. Fire Phoenix's voice was filled with absolute determination. Yao Moan didn't doubt her sincerity. Ben Gong has a condensed fragrance pill. As long as you take it, your master's body will definitely release a delicate fragrance. It'll be as fragrant and elegant as a flower's fragrance. When Yao Moan finished speaking, the corners of Yin Shui's lips twitched. Back then, Yao Moan had asked her what other treasures Phoenix Feather Manor had and she had casually mentioned a few. She hadn't expected that her master would remember them so well. She wondered if Yan Nanqing's ears were feeling hot right now. Noble consort Yao is willing to give them to Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix looked towards Yao Moan as she asked. That depends on how you behave. Actually, Ben Gong really wants to know why Consort Shu's body has that kind of smell. Yao Moan looked towards Fire Phoenix curiously. Fire Phoenix was speechless. She didn't know what to say and didn't know if she should say it or not. It's just as Ben Gong said. What your master desires but can't obtain is exactly what Ben Gong disdains the most. It's because your master is too sensitive that she views Ben Gong as an enemy. If she can calm down and think about it carefully, she'll understand this point. Of course, you can choose to believe Ben Gong or you can leave. Ben Gong will pretend tonight's matter never happened and won't tell anyone. Yao Moan expressed her sincerity. Everything stems from my Nyang's obsession with His Majesty. Fire Phoenix has followed Master for more than 20 years and Master has deeply loved His Majesty for more than 20 years. Ever since Fire Phoenix could remember, the things Master said the most were about His Majesty. Master's love for His Majesty has already reached a point where she can't extricate herself. Fire Phoenix choked with sobs as tears overflowed from her eyes. To what point? If she hadn't seen that scene, Yaomoan might not have believed Fire Phoenix's next words. On the night of their wedding, in order to give His Majesty a surprise, Master actually burned the embroidery needle red and endured the pain to tattoo the two characters Hong and Yi on her chest. But unexpectedly, His Majesty didn't feel the slightest bit of joy or heartache after seeing it. Instead, he abandoned Master and didn't return for the entire night. After that, although His Majesty often went to Yihua Palace to sleep, but he never touched Nyang Nyang again. Fire Phoenix still remembers that His Majesty had unintentionally said that he liked the smell of roses. Nyang Nyang then tried all kinds of methods as if she was possessed. First, she soaked in flower petals, but the effects were minimal. Afterwards, she decided to just eat perfume. However, Nyang Nyang's obsession didn't receive His Majesty's pity. In exchange, her entire body was covered in a sour stench. What other people could smell was the unbearable smell on Nyang Nyang's body, but in Fire Phoenix's eyes, that smell was Nyang Nyang's sincerity. Fire Phoenix silently wept, her voice incredibly hoarse. Yaomoan's shapely brows tightly knit. How could there be such a stubborn woman in this world? Her love was too deep, so even her eyes went blind. Even if Xu Fei dug out her heart and offered it to Yi Hongyi still wouldn't give it a second glance, right? Yaomoan spoke disappointedly, her eyes faintly filled with grief. She was also a pitiful woman, perhaps she should be more forgiving. Nyang Nyang's love runs deep into your bones. Fire Phoenix can't persuade you, and doesn't want to. This is already Nyang Nyang's only goal in life. If you lose this goal, what will Nyang Nyang do? Fire Phoenix spoke bitterly, her eyes filled with grief. Have you heard of a phoenix's nirvana? Yaomoan looked towards Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix understands Gue Fei's intentions. Not all phoenixes can undergo nirvana and be reborn. Fire Phoenix doesn't dare take the risk, nor does it have the strength to persuade Master to try. Fire Phoenix only wants to accompany Master down this path, wherever you go. Fire Phoenix, Ben Gong will make a bet with you. As long as you're willing to listen to Ben Gong's orders, Ben Gong will definitely let you see the reborn Wang Qinruo. Are you willing? Yaomoan's eyes were resplendent. What should she do? She couldn't help but want to be a good person again. This. Fire Phoenix hesitated. It's still the same words. You can leave right now and act as if nothing happened. Yaomoan spoke indifferently, letting Fire Phoenix choose for herself. Only when she was willing would she be dead set on it. Fire Phoenix will follow Nyang Nyang's instructions. When Yaomoan saw that Fire Phoenix was resolutely kowtowing, the corners of Yaomoan's lips smoothed out and a brilliant smile appeared in her eyes. Right now, Ben Gong has already prepared a person. As long as you hand him over to Xu Fei, he can be exchanged for that condensed fragrance pill. Yaomoan spoke unhurriedly, her eyes calm. Fire Phoenix lifted her eyes in astonishment and looked towards Yaomoan in disbelief. You should understand Ben Gong's intentions. You should believe that everything Ben Gong does will only bring benefits and no harm to Xu Fei. Yaomoan smiled faintly. Her clear and cold eyes were as deep as the ocean, making it impossible to see through and understand. Chapter 212. 2 days later, when Fire Phoenix brought a little eunuch in front of Wang Qinruo's eyes were filled with unbridled joy. You're the one who's been secretly communicating with Consort Li. Wang Qinruo raised her brows and asked quietly. Seeing that the little eunuch's face is red and he can't speak, Fire Phoenix realizes that she forgot to unseal his acupoints. Then she puts her fingertips on the little eunuch's body. So smelly. Ah. Your Highness, spare me. This servant didn't do anything. I really didn't do anything. The little eunuch instinctively covered his nose, but when he saw Wang Qinruo's cold gaze, he immediately kowtowed like a chicken pecking at rice. What's your name? Why did you go to Pure Flower's palace so late at night? Wang Qinruo asked coldly. This servant is Xiaoshunzi, eunuch and subordinate. Going to Pure Flower's palace. This servant was just passing by. Xiaoshunzi hesitated and could only kneel to beg for mercy. You're in Bingshan's subordinate. Wang Qinruo's gaze trembled slightly and the smile on her lips deepened. Fire Phoenix, go invite His Majesty. Wang Qinruo ordered coldly. She was pleasantly surprised. If this matter could deal a blow to Bingshan, it would definitely be a good thing. Wang Qinruo was also jealous of Bingshan, who could follow Yi Hongyi all the time. Perhaps it was because he had gotten rid of a great worry. Yi Hongyi came very quickly with a happy expression on his face. We heard that beloved consort obtained something and are very gratified. Where is she? Wang Qinruo was intoxicated by the smile on Yi Hongyi's face. How long had it been since she had seen Yi Hongyi smile so knowingly? At this moment, Wang Qinruo suddenly forgot all the suffering and grievances she had suffered all these years. As long as Yi Hongyi smiled, it didn't matter if she had to pay with her life. It's him. Yi Hongyi glanced at the kneeling Xiaoshunzi and asked suspiciously. Replying, Your Majesty, this person snuck into Pure Flower's palace after midnight last night and was caught by Fire Phoenix. Therefore, this concubine believes that it's extremely likely that he's the one who secretly contacted Consort Li. Wang Qinruo restrained the envy in her eyes and spoke seriously. Your Majesty, this servant has been wronged. Your servant was just passing by. Xiaoshunzi seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation and immediately knelt down to clarify, begging. At the side, Bingshan heard the voice and looked over. His heart went cold. The Xiaoshunzi in front of him was one of his trusted subordinates. Why was he here? How could he say that he was in cahoots with Yao Sulwan? Bingshan's mind spun furiously as he made up his mind. Passing by. Just where were you thinking that you would pass by the main hall of the Pure Flowers Palace? Wang Qinruo's eyes were as cold as blades as she questioned him. This servant is really innocent. Xiaoshunzi looked at Bingshan as if he was pleading for mercy. We'll know in a moment whether or not I'm innocent. Bingshan, bring him to Pure Flower's palace. Yi Hongyi snorted coldly, then looked towards Wang Qinruo. Beloved consort should rest first. Zhen will order the imperial kitchen to prepare a banquet for beloved consort in a moment. At that time, Zhen wants to properly reward beloved consort. Yi Hongyi placed both hands on Wang Qinruo's shoulders, a faint smile on his thin lips. Even after Yi Hongyi left, Wang Qinruo was still immersed in the warmth in Yi Hongyi's eyes. She crossed her arms and stroked her snow-white shoulders. To her, this kind of touch was as precious as the spring rain. Your Highness. Fire Phoenix's voice startled Wang Qinruo out of her daze. Fire Phoenix. Did you hear? His Majesty wants to accompany Ben Gong for the evening meal. Ben Gong couldn't have misheard, right? Wang Qinruo's eyes lit up as she pulled on Fire Phoenix's hands excitedly. This servant heard, but... Fire Phoenix looked towards Wang Qinruo worriedly. As an outsider, Fire Phoenix had a bad feeling about tonight's banquet. Hurry and help Ben Gong find all the clothes and jewelry. This consort wants to give His Majesty a surprise. That won't do. It's better if this consort goes myself. Wang Qinruo happily walked around Fire Phoenix and headed towards the inner chambers by herself. When Fire Phoenix saw the light in Wang Qinruo's eyes, the worry in her eyes deepened. Guan Osprey Palace. That red dress overshadowed the host and became the most beautiful scene in the main hall. Even though that beautiful face had a cold gaze, it didn't affect Yan Nanqing's beauty. Moan, if this alliance chief was a sheep, you'd have already plucked all my feathers off. Please, can't you pluck a sheep instead? Although this alliance chief has a photographic memory, right now, I really hope that you can mercilessly forget the 3 words Yan Nanqing. Yan Nanqing clenched the golden box in his hands as he looked towards Yao Moan with a troubled expression. What can I do? Up until now, Moan only knows you, Nanqing. However, you have to believe that everything you've done today will be repaid in the future, said Yao Moan in a serious tone. Nanqing doesn't doubt this. What Nanqing suspects is that by the time Moan wants to repay you, I might already be dead poor. Yan Nanqing sighed towards the sky. The image of himself begging for food in a corner suddenly appeared before his eyes. He couldn't help but feel sad. Cough cough. Look at what you're saying, Nanqing. Moan isn't a bandit. It was just a few soul-returning pills and a few thousand taels of silver. Did Yan Nanqing have to be so worried about his future? And, not a bandit, better than a bandit. Yan Nanqing commented. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Hurry and give me the condensed fragrance pills. Yao Moan was afraid that Yan Nanqing would regret it, so she stopped joking around and reached for the golden box in Yan Nanqing's hands. It's broad daylight, what are you going to do about it? Yan Nanqing took a step back and opened his eyes wide. Speak, what are your conditions? Seeing Yan Nanqing curl up like a cat, Yao Moan felt remorseful. In any case, he was the Grand Alliance chief of the martial world. How could he be defiled like this by her? What a sin, what a sin. I can give you the condensed fragrance pills, but from now on, you can't have any ideas about my phoenix feather manor. Not even a single blade of grass. Warned Yan Nanqing angrily. About that, it's negotiable. Yao Moan took another step forward. If you don't agree, then don't even think about getting the condensed fragrance pills, said Yan Nanqing firmly. Then forget it, Alliance Chief can leave now. However, Moan has good intentions to remind Alliance Chief that the rumors in the palace are that eldest sister died in the cold palace. Right now, Prince is frantically searching for evidence. If he really finds anything. Yao Moan had long since understood that the reason Yan Nanqing agreed to all of her requests was because of Yi Junqing's safety. Junqing will find out sooner or later, replied Yan Nanqing faintly as his voice grew weaker. That's right, Prince will find out sooner or later, but the result will be different if he finds out sooner or later. Yao Moan stated the truth. Yan Nanqing took a deep breath, then strode over to the table and placed the golden box heavily on the table. Knowing your mistakes and being able to correct them is a great virtue. Yao Moan nodded firmly and smiled at Yan Nanqing. At this time, Tingyu respectfully walked in. Your Highness, lunch is ready. Bring it up. Nanqing has been travel-worn, so why don't you stay for a meal to show Moan sincerity? Invited Yao Moan sincerely. Are you eating for free? Yan Nanqing decisively refused and left as if he was fleeing for his life. Yao Moan smiled as she watched Yan Nanqing disappear in the direction he had disappeared in. She then turned around and opened the golden box. In an instant, the entire Guan Osprey Palace was filled with a fragrant aroma. It was as if one was surrounded by hundreds of flowers, making one feel refreshed. Yan Nanqing came. Asked Yi Junqing doubtfully when he smelled the fragrance of flowers the moment he stepped into Guan Osprey Palace. Prince has been going in and out of the Imperial Hospital frequently these past few days. Did you find anything? Yao Moan didn't answer but instead asked a question. She closed the golden box and slowly sat down at the table. Chapter 213. Was there a need to get to know a servant? Lu Sha said that. This prince has already seen Ma Xin's medical records from back then. According to what was written, Ma Xin had never had an abnormal fetal position since the beginning of her pregnancy. Her pulse had always been normal. That's why this prince firmly believes that Ma Xin's cause of death was not due to dystocia. As for what it was, this prince will investigate. Yi Juanqing's expression was serious and his voice was slightly hoarse. The fatigue on his face made Yao Moan's heart ache to no end. Lu Sha isn't the only one secretly following Prince. Qing Long has already reported all of Prince's whereabouts these past few days to Yi Hongyi. Prince should be aware of your current situation. Yao Moan's eyes were deep and her voice contained unconcealable worry. This prince thought that you would be concerned about what this prince just said. Ma Xin is your older sister. If she was killed by someone, don't you want to get revenge for her? Yi Juanqing's voice turned cold as he looked towards Yao Moan angrily. Moan only knows that rather than worrying about how tragically eldest sister died, it's better to think about how to protect the people alive. Yao Moan looked straight at Yi Juanqing. She didn't want to argue with Yi Juanqing. She didn't want to say it again, but when she saw that Yi Juanqing was willing to risk his life for the sake of such an unbearable truth, she couldn't control her emotions. If Yi Hongyi is innocent, then there's no need for him to be afraid of this prince's investigation. Yi Juanqing suppressed his anger and said coldly. He might not care about how eldest sister died, but he definitely cares about how Prince will die. Prince should understand that even if you're completely useless right now, your existence itself is a threat to the throne. If Prince makes the slightest mistake in the imperial palace, your head will be in danger. Yao Moan abruptly stood up and shouted. What did she have to say to make Yi Juanqing understand that he was currently surrounded by danger? Then have him come over and chop off this prince's head right now, shouted Yi Juanqing angrily as Yao Moan spoke. Yao Moan stared at Yi Juanqing silently. A moment later, she swung her sleeves and walked into the bedroom with the gold box. This servant only went out for a while. What happened? Are the dishes still coming? When Tingyu brought the dishes in, Yao Moan had just closed the bedroom door. Why not? This prince is still sitting here, shouted Yi Juanqing in a fit of pique. Oh. Tingyu hesitated for a long time, but she didn't hear any sound coming from the inner room, so she put the dishes on the table. During the meal, Yi Juanqing didn't feel like eating at all. When he looked at the door, he didn't see Yao Moan coming out. Ahem. Don't you think you should bring the food inside? Yi Juanqing lowered his voice as he reminded her out of goodwill. I don't think so, Tingyu answered seriously. She felt that aside from Yi Juanqing, anyone else would have been mercilessly chased out by Master. Yi Juanqing was speechless. In the inner room, Yao Moan didn't expect Fire Phoenix to suddenly appear. She subconsciously looked towards the door. This servant knows that I shouldn't have come during the day, but His Majesty wants to invite Nyang Nyang for a banquet tonight. This servant really can't wait until nightfall, so I begged Nyang Nyang to give the condensed fragrance pill to me. Guo Feng understood Yao Mo Wan's intentions, so she deliberately lowered her voice and looked towards Yao Mo Wan pleadingly. Just drink it with water. Guo Feng, if you trust Ben Gong, then it's best if you change the wine that Yi Hongyi poured for your master. Don't ask why, you should know better than Ben Gong. Yao Moan casually handed the condensed fragrance pill to Guo Feng as she instructed with a solemn expression. Guo Feng thanks noble consort Yao on Nyang Nyang's behalf, said Guo Feng gratefully before taking the golden box and leaving Guan Osprey Palace. Inside Pure Flower's palace, Yi Hongyi ordered An Bingshan and Mingyu to wait outside while he grabbed Xia Shunzi by the collar and stepped into the main hall. Your Majesty is a rare guest. Yao Sulwan looked towards Yi Hongyi indifferently as she was inwardly shocked. Yao Sulwan. Zhen has already endured you for a very long time. This time, Zhen will definitely think carefully about how you should die in order to resolve the hatred in Zhen's heart. Yi Hongyi abruptly tossed Xia Shunzi in front of Yao Sulwan. Sulwan doesn't understand what your majesty is saying. Yao Sulwan lowered her eyes to glance at Xia Shunzi, who was trembling in fear, then looked towards Yi Hongyi coldly. Don't tell Zhen that you don't know him. Yi Hongyi pointed at Xia Shunzi, who was on the ground, his thin lips hooking into an arrogant smile. He's just a servant, is there a need for Sulwan to know him? Yao Sulwan snorted lightly, then kicked away Xia Shunzi's collar in disgust. You sure are good at acting. But Zhen has evidence to prove that he's the person you've been secretly interacting with. Based on what you're saying, if something happens to you, he'll spread the news, right? Yi Hongyi's expression was a bit sinister. He had been toyed with by Yao Sulwan for too long. Now that he finally had a chance to vent, he naturally got carried away. No. That's impossible. He isn't. Yao Sulwan's heart trembled as a trace of fear flashed through her eyes. Look at your expression. Scared? Yao Sulwan, you should have known what the consequences of threatening Zhen would be. Yi Hongyi walked towards Yao Sulwan with ruthless steps, his dark eyes glinting with a dark green light. Your Majesty. He isn't. He really isn't. Xia Shunzi, say something. I really want to tear you apart. Yao Sulwan felt the killing intent from Yi Hongyi's body and immediately kicked Xia Shunzi. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, spare me. This servant came last night to find Mingyu. This servant has always wanted to eat with Mingyu, that's why I entered Pure Flower's palace at night. Your Majesty, Xia Shunzi doesn't know anything. Xia Shunzi woke up from Yao Sulwan's kick and immediately knelt in front of Yi Hongyi, begging loudly. In reality, he had only entered Pure Flower's palace because of Bingshan's letter. However, on the way here, Bingshan refused to admit that he had written any letter and even used his relatives outside the palace to threaten him. If they dared mention him, not only would he die, none of his relatives would survive. As for Mingyu, it was just a random excuse Xia Shunzi had found. Moreover, he had wanted to eat him. Your Majesty, you heard it. Sulwan doesn't know why your Majesty is so certain it's him, but Sulwan wants to remind your Majesty that if your Majesty kills the wrong person, the consequences will be unthinkable. Yao Sulwan forced herself to remain calm, but her voice still trembled. Mingyu. Yi Hongyi sternly called for Mingyu. This servant kowtows in salute to your Majesty. Mingyu trembled as she bowed, not even daring to breathe loudly. Zhen asks you, do you recognize this person? And where were you last night? Yi Hongyi's eyes never left Yao Sulwan. The ominous glint in his eyes was like two sharp blades that wanted to pierce through Yao Sulwan's body. Replying your Majesty, Mingyu recognizes this person. He's eunuch An's little eunuch, called Xia Shunzi. Last night, Nyang Nyang said she had a headache and wanted to rest early, so this servant returned to her own side room before it was even 5 o'clock. These were all the things Yao Moen had told her earlier, so Mingyu reported them word for word. Headache? When did Ben Gong say it was a headache? Mingyu, you're simply spouting nonsense. Yao Sulwan looked towards Mingyu in shock, her heart thumping. Why would Mingyu say that? Someone must have taught her. It was Yao Moen. It must be her. Get out! Yi Hongyi roared. When Mingyu saw that she could escape, she immediately left Pure Flower's palace. Yao Sulwan, what else do you have to say? Yi Hongyi's thin lips curved into a sinister smile, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. No. Sulwan swears to the heavens that that person really isn't him. Your Majesty, you've been schemed against. Yao Silwan retreated in a panic, her eyes filled with fear. Your Majesty, this servant really doesn't know anything. Your Majesty, spare me. Xiaoshunzi knelt in front of Yi Hongyi in despair and kowtowed desperately. Cold sweat flowed down his face and his body trembled. Shut up. Yi Hongyi abruptly reached out and lifted Xiaoshunzi up, his pitch-black eyes like a bloodthirsty wolf in the darkness.